olunaku olw'enkyalaira wali ku kisaawe kya Mefuge Kololo. President Museveni yawangula akalulu akaaliwo mu January w'omwaka guno nga yawangula abantu 8, yawangula n'ebitundu 7.1 n'obutundu 65 ku 100 obw'obululu. Nze Nalumu Irene ka Olivia Bulega yali ku lulimi olw'obubonero kankulaga emitwe ate oluvannyuma ngaleeta embujjuvu.
Brought to you by
Buy and win in the new term near you. Back to school promotion. Buy any of our focus products. Movit All Day Toothpaste, Movit Herbal Jelly, Movit Baby Jelly and Movit Shower Gel. Terms and conditions apply. Movit All Day Confidence.
Mu masengejja olwaleero okwekeja ku kisaawe Kololo. Ab'ebyuma bawawula Wema baziwanise ekisaawe bakiyooyoose.
Tuva kumaliriza olukiiko lwaffe olusembayo olwa National Organizing Committee wane Kololo. Enteekateeka zonna okusinziira ku bivudde mu bukiiko obw'enjawulo.
Olunaku Mulindwa Museveni lwakwasibwa Uganda lwankya. Ab'ebyokwerinda basiibye beegezaamu e Kololo. Bakusanyusa abanaabeerayo nga bwe babakuuma.
Ne capabilities endala zonna tuzongeddemu ku maanyi okulaba nti luno olunaku.
Balambise ku ntambula y'ebidduka, wuliriza tukwate ekkubo eryaggaddwa.
Kubanga eyo ab'ebigere bwe bajja okuyita nga bajja okuyingira ekisaawe.
Oli ofisi ekomye omupya tanaba kuyingira mu bwa pulezidenti.
Agatuli mu tteeka erikyusa obukulembeze bwa Uganda.
Oba tolina commander in chief, oba tolina ani alaga kubo tukole ki.
Ekisanja kya Museveni kiggwako ku ssaawa 6 ez'ekiro kya leero. Ani anaafuga Uganda okutuusa lwalayira enkya?
Kirabika nti awo tewali pulezidenti.
Baliko bye beerabira.
brought to you by
Buy and win in the new term near you. Back to school promotion. Buy any of our focus products. Movit All Day Toothpaste, Movit Herbal Jelly, Movit Baby Jelly and Movit Shower Gel. Terms and conditions apply. Movit All Day Confidence.
Esibye ya ketalo ku kisaawe ky'ennyonyi Entebbe nga bakungu okuva mawanga agatali gamu abagenda okwetaba ku mukolo mukulu ogw'okulayiza omukulembeze w'eggwanga batuuka kuno. Canary Mugome amakanda agasimbye ku kisaawe ky'ennyonyi Entebbe era njagala tumwegatteko omukadde kano atubuulire bagenyi bameka Canary abakatuuka mu ggwanga baani ne baani betulabyeko bewakalabako okuva ku makya era baani betusuubira mukadde kano. Canary oli ku masengeje.
Nenzanyo Irene abakulembeze ab'amawanga ag'enjawulo naddala wano mu Africa batuuse dda era nga twakalabako President wa Zimbabwe naye atuuse dda, retired General Constantino Chiwenga. President wa Ethiopia naye yazze yatuuse dda wano ku kisaawe Entebbe bamuyita Taye Aske, ate ne President wa Democratic Republic of Congo Felix Tshisekedi. President wa Somalia ye atuuse dda wano ku makya Sheikh Mohamud, ate ne Prime Minister ow'e Rwanda Dr. Justin Nsengiyuma era ng'ono yagenda okubanga bagenda kubeera kwali ku kisaawe Kololo mu kulayira kwa President Yoweri Museveni olunaku olw'enkya era nga wano batugambyeko nti mu ssaawa ng'emusanga 2 awo tujja kubanga twaniriza abakungu wano ab'e Uganda bajja kuba baaniriza omukulembeze w'eggwanga erya Togo era nga ajja kubanga atuuka wano ku ssaawa 2. Tutegeezeddwako nti omukulembeze w'eggwanga erya Kenya President William Ruto pozi n'ow'e Rwanda bayinza obutajja olwa ebigenda mu maaso mu mawanga ate gye galimu balina ate nabo enkuŋŋaana ze balimu kulembera era nga tukyali wano era nga batugambye nti ennyonyi esembayo olwaleero ejja kutuuka kusanga 6 naye nga abakulembeze bo bakyajja era nga tuli wano tujja kuba tubikutuusaako ebiddako.
Webale nnyo Kanali Mugume, tujja kwegattako, tujja kuddira otubuulire embeera nga bw'enaaba etambudde, anaabatuuse ena tujja kuba tukuddira. Njagala kati ate tusale tugende ewa Henry Mugenyi y'amakanda yagasimbye wali e Munyonyo, abakulembeze ab'enjawulo abakatuuka mu ggwanga n'abakungu abayite abagenda okwetaba ku mukolo guno gye bagenda ate okuba nga babategekedde akabaga ak'okubaaniriza mu butongole wano mu ggwanga ng'olunaku lw'enkya balindirira omukolo. Henry Mugenyi, oli butereevu ku masengejje, sooka otubuulire baani bewaaka bakaawo era embeera eryetyawe Munyonyo wooli.
Azanyo munange Irene Nalumu wabula n'omulabi w'amasengejje kituufu kyo ddala twasimbye dda amakanda wano Munyonyo wowe tuli abakulembeze ab'enjawulo okuva mu gavumenti ya wano okujjako n'abava mu gavumenti ez'enjawulo ezitulinaanye batandise okuba nga bayingira wano Munyonyo wategekeddwa akabaga nga bava Kanali Mugume ate nange mbafuna wano kabaga kana akategekeddwa wabula okutegeera ddala bali bameka abazze era bameka betusuubira akabaga kano. Minisita John Mulimba yagenda okutegeeza ebintu bino. Minisita, akabaga kano kategeeza ki era abantu nga bameka betusuubira wano?
Webale nnyo munange olw'ekibuuzo ekyo. Wano mu Africa bw'oba okyaziza abagenyi ekijjulo ky'okyowa omugenyi eky'oku ntikko bakiyita state dinner. Tugatika olw'Afrika lwaffe n'oluzungu ne bakiyita ekijjulo ky'olweggulo ate ekyensi. Kakati nga tugenda mu kulayirako omukulembeze w'eggwanga okugenda okubeerawo enkya, abagenyi abayite bawerako, tusuubira okubeera ne bapulezidenti abawere 10 abagenda okubeera wano olunaku lw'enkya. Abakatuuka mu nsi we twogerera wano bali 5, 2 basuubibwa ssaawa yonna, sigenda kwogera ssaawa mekazi bagenda okutuuka mu kisaawe, 3 tubasuubira enkya okutuuka. Naye weewaawo ensi ez'enjawulo zisindise ababaka ab'enjawulo. Tulinawo ba vice president abawera nga 7, tulinawo ne prime minister abawera ddala nga 9, abamu baatuuse dda, abamu basuubirwa okujja. Tulina ba special envoys, tulina ba ambassadors okuva mu bitongole eb'enjawulo, tulina abagenyi abaliko ba president ab'ensi ez'enjawulo nga bwe mulaba emabega waffe wano. Oyo yayitawo yaliko omukulembeze w'eggwanga erya Kenya, oyo naye yayitawo President Uhuru Kenyatta n'abalala bakyajja bangi. Kakati olwaleero President Museveni ayise abagenyi be amaze okutuuka wano ku kijjulo eky'olweggulo. Kitiibwa kya maanyi nno omuntu buge mukyali anakukolerayo akabaga nga kano bwe kati okukutuula wabweru sika mu nnyumba n'akutuuza wabweru n'akugabula n'akayita kensi yonna ne wabeera mu maka go n'ogamba nti gwe ngenda kukuwa ekijjulo ky'amaka naye nga kya wabweru awo. Oyo mugenyi omuwadde ekitiibwa kya maanyi nnyo. So n'ensonga eyo tuli wano tusuubira ssaawa yonna omukulembeze w'eggwanga abagenyi be nga bamaze okutuula abasinga obungi agenda kuyingirawo n'abakulembeze banne bagenda okuyingira nabo wano. Wetwogerera wano tulinawo omukulembeze wa DRC, tulinawo omukulembeze wa Saharawi, tulinawo omukulembeze wa Somalia, tulinawo omukulembeze wa Togo, tulinawo n'omukulembeze amyuka omukulembeze w'e Kenya yatuuse dda ali wano, n'owa Ethiopia naye yatuuse dda ali wano. So ssaawa yonna wetumala okutuuza bano abawerekeddeko baminisita b'ensi ezo, abakulembeze abalala, ambassadors bonna, naffe tube nga tutebenkedde deni omukulembeze w'eggwanga agenda kuyingirawo ajje ayogereko eri abagenyi be deni batandika okubagabula. Kitiibwa kya muwendo nnyo okulaba nti omuntu okyaza abagenyi ate n'obawa ekijjulo ekiri ku mutindo gw'ensi yonna.
Ebisanyusa bingi bye tulabyeko wansi eri, lwaki mwasazeewo okubaleetera okulaba amazina gano?
Omanyi bwe mugenda ensi yonna kwegamba ekireetera okutebenkera ensi okulaba nti no abantu balina eddembe okwesalirawo ani alina okubafuga na butya bwe bagenda okufugibwa. Kati Uganda bukya tuyita mu mennula aga 1986 Uganda ebadde ebeera n'okulonda okwa buli myaka 5 egiyitawo. Kakati okulonda bwe kubeerawo wabeerawo nnyo ensasaga ezibeerawo, abantu bavaawo ne beekalakasa, abamu ne bagenda mu kooti, naye nga bw'okinyukira guno mu mulundi tekyabaddewo. Ate mu Afrika yonna wano Uganda wano yensi yokka erina eddembe okuba ku buli ensalo 7 nga bwe tuzirina. Kakati bwe tuba tubadde mu kulonda tuyita mu kulonda nga tetulina nsasaga yonna, tetulina bantu b'emulugunya, tetulina agenze mu kooti n'oyita abantu bajje, kiba kyetaagisa obalage okutandika mu kuyingira nti munange ensi yaffe bweti bweri. kakati tebagenze Bunyoro, tebagenze Busya, tebagenze Ggulu, naye bali wano e Munyonyo. So tulina okuleetawo ebintu ebibalaga nti ensi yonna ekuŋŋaanidde wano ate ensi yonna ntebenkevu.
Tweyanza nnyo munange Honorable John Mulimba. John Mulimba, State Minister of Foreign Affairs. Era nga bingi nnyo ebiri wano e Munyonyo era tujja batutuusaako munange Irene Nalumu wabula n'omulabi w'amasengejje nga binaaba bijja wabula munale live at 9 tujja batweyongerayo n'okubategeeza ki ekiri wano mukulembeza Zenaani azayambadde atya ajjidde mu mmotoka ki byonna era wano wetuli e Munyonyo.
Webale nnyo Henry Mugenyi nga bw'otulabye obundo bwe buwoomi bw'amasengejje tuvudde wali ku kisaawe ky'ennyonyi Entebbe awali Canary Mugume ne tutuuka ate wa Henry Mugenyi e Munyonyo kati ate enkeera bwe tubanavaawo e Munyonyo abaliwo bonna bagenda kuba badda wali ku kisaawe ky'ameefuga Kololo awali omukolo mulindwa era enteekateeka zonna wetwogerera zaggiddwako dda engalo abakuumaddembe batukakasizza nti ebyokwerinda binywevu okwetooloola eggwanga lyonna ne bajjukiza abantu okwewala okweyambisa enguudo ezigenda e Kololo.
Kisaawe ky'ameefuga Kololo emirimu giyinda anti ebulambale bannayuganda gwe balonda okutuula mu ntebe y'eggwanga esinga obusava mu myaka 5 egiddako alayire. Ekibangirizi awagenda okuba paredi y'abasirikale n'ennyiriri omukulembeze w'eggwanga zagenda okulambula ng'atuuse kyonna kiyooyooteddwa. Weme nkulu omugenda okuba abakulembeze b'amawanga n'omukulembeze wa Uganda omulonde naye yooyooteddwa. Bendera z'amawanga ag'enjawulo agasuubirwa okukiikirirwa mu kulayiza omukulembeze wa Uganda omuggya zonna zaawanikiddwa dda mu bwengula era zeewuuba. Ekituuti awagenda okuyindira okukyusa obuyinza wennyini Ssaabalamuzi bw'akwasiza omulonde Ddamula w'eggwanga ng'ono ali mu ssemateeka bendera ya Uganda, bendera y'obwa pulezidenti, coat of arms ne national seal wakyateekebwateekebwa ng'ebyuma bwe biwanikibwa. Abatimba bakyawanika obuwero nga n'obutebe bwe bategeka so nga ab'ebyuma nabo bawabula. Abakukunavu mu gavumenti okuli amyuka pulezidenti Jessica Alupo ne Ssaabalamuzi balabiddwako nga batuuza enkiiko ez'enjawulo okulaba nga buli kimu kiba taratibu ng'oluwombo lw'amagye. Bano era balambudde ebifo eby'enjawulo okuli omukulembeze waakwasibwa Ddamula wa Uganda era ne beegezaamu n'engeri omukolo gye gutambulamu. Bano olumaliriza ne nannyini ntebe y'olukiiko oluteesiteesi lw'emikolo okuva mu ofiisi ya pulezidenti Yunus Kakande naye n'akuŋŋaanya baakola nabo olwo ne beefumba akafubo. Okuva mu nsisinkano eno omuwanika wa NRM Barbara Nekesa atubuulidde nti olukiiko lukakasizza okumaliriza enteekateeka zonna nga bwe bunaakeerera nga buli kimu bakiggyeeko engalo.
Tuva kumaliriza olukiiko lwaffe olusembayo olwa National Organizing Committee wane Kololo enteekateeka zonna okusinziira ku bivudde mu bukiiko obw'enjawulo buli omu ndooza ali ku 90 or 95% buli kimu tugenda tukijjako engalo. Tusigazza buntu butono nnyo okukwasaganya mu ngeri gye tugenda okutuuza abagenyi baffe wano naye nga byonna nga bwe mulaba enteekateeka zigenda ziggwa ate ekifo kitandise ddala okuwoomera ddala.
Enteekateeka zaawedde security weeri mu ggwanga emirembe eringa liiso bulijjo nkibagamba emirembe eringa liiso bwe liziba oba tokyalaba.
Nga buli omu yeekejja bannamagye nabo obwedda bayise ebivvulu ebya parachute nga bazibonga mu bbanga nga bwe bakka mu kisaawe ne bendera ez'enjawulo. Akulembera Uganda Media Center omwogezi wa poliisi n'omwogezi wa SFC bakakasizza ebiragiro ebiweereddwa n'ebyokwerinda nga bwe bigenda okulamula.
Kwetaagisa kugezaako kujja wano buli munnayuganda tasobola kujja wano ekolola okubeera naffe nojja kusobola okugoberera ebigenda mu maaso ku TV ne ku radio yonna gy'oli.
Tebafuna kweraliikirira nti airport nzigale nedda. Ekigenda okubaawo wabaawo kye tuyita traffic cut-offs oba nti emmotoka tufuna akaseera ne tuziyimiriza ng'akadde ako kakoze eki kazze ate tekatera kumala budde bungi.
We shall be very, very strict on the issue of timings. We would request that by 7 a.m., I beg your pardon, we should be checking in. We shall only check in up to around 8:30.
Shamim Nabakoza, NBS Amasengejje.
Mu mbeera y'emu omwogezi wa poliisi mu ggwanga Lusoke Kituuma alambuludde engeri y'ebyokwerinda gye bigenda okukwatibwamu olunaku olw'enkya ng'omukulembeze w'eggwanga alayizibwa. Kituuma agambye nti amakubo agamu gaakuggalwa ate amalala gaakukuumibwa butiribiri, n'alabula abakozi b'effujjo nti tebeetantala.
Ng'ebula essaawa Mbale yalangirirwa ng'omuwanguzi w'akalulu k'obwa pulezidenti aka 2026 Yoweri Kaguta Museveni akuba ebirayiro. Ebyokwerinda byongedde okunywera mu kibuga Kampala. Ku makubo abakuumaddembe mu byambalo byabwe ebitongole balabiddwako nga balawuna, abalala nga bali ku kabangali zaabwe baguumiise. Okusinziira ku mwogezi wa poliisi Kituuma Lusoke, ebyokwerinda bikyuseemu olw'abagenyi ab'enjawulo abasuubira okuva mu mawanga amalala. Abagenyi bano mulimu abakulembeze b'amawanga amalala nga kale obukuumi tebusobola kuba bwa bulijjo. Ono agamba nti omuwendo gw'abasirikale ku makubo gwakweyongera okuva ku basirikale ba bulijjo abalungamya entambula y'ebidduka n'ebitongole ebikuumaddembe ebirala.
Traffic tujongeddemu ku maanyi, aba general duties kwegamba abasirikale aba bulijjo, aba counter terrorism ne capabilities endala zonna tuzongeddemu ku maanyi okulaba nti luno olunaku tulusukuma lusobola okutuuka ku tulumaleko bulungi.
Olw'enkya amakubo agamu gagenda kuggalwa ate ng'amalala eby'entambula bijja kuba bya kasoobo. Kituuma atubuulidde nti amakubo agaliraanye ekisaawe ky'e Kololo nga Wampewo Avenue, Upper Kololo Terrace, Elgon Terrace n'amalala gagenda kukozesebwa nnyo abayingira e Kololo. N'amakubo agamu agava ku kisaawe Entebbe ng'Entebbe Express, Entebbe ku Lukadde ne Munyonyo gajja kutaataaganya
Wampewo Avenue kubanga eyo ab'ebigere bwe bajja okuyita nga bajja okuyingira ekisaawe. Waliwo Upper Kololo Terrace eyo tutera ogiggala, naye waliwo ab'enjawulo abamu abatera ogikozesa. Waliwo oluguudo oluva ku Protea nga luyingira lufiidinga mu kisaawe olwa Elgon Terrace, olwo nalwo aba VIP ne ba VVIPs abajja ne cards zaabwe kwe bajja okola access from.
Abakuumaddembe bakubirizza abantu ba bulijjo okukuuma emirembe era ne balabula nti abanaagezaako okukola effujjo kana abajjuutuka.
Batuula ku cupa ne banywa nnyingi ate ne bavuga. Kati usually mu kaseera ako batera okumenya emisango oba okuza emisango gya traffic. Tebagenda mu kweyisa bubi ate n'okukozesa bubi enguudo ne beesanga ate nga bali mu mikono gyaffe nga tulina gye tubakuumidde.
Olw'enkya lwalangiriddwa dda ng'olunaku olw'okuwummula mu ggwanga lyonna. Hakim Wampamba, Roneta Atwine, NBS Amasengeje.
Otyo njagala kati tulabe omutindo gw'empewo mu kitundu ky'olwaleero guyimiridde gutya, tulabe enteebereza y'obudde olunaku olw'enkya ate tulabe n'akatale k'ebyensimbi we bukeeredde olunaku olwaleero. Ntandise n'omutindo gw'empewo wali ku St Paul Demonstration School Eggaba babadde ku butundu 33 ekitegeeza nti babadde yaddeyaddeko moderate. Eggulu ku University babadde ku butundu 48 ekitegeeza nti omutindo gw'empewo mu kitundu ekyo gubadde kaalaala eri abawangalira mu kitundu ekyo. Ate Bukasa municipality ekira wali mu Wakiso babadde ku butundu 16 babadde yaddeyaddeko si bubi nnyo ate si bulungi okutwaliza awamu. Bebe Bukasaawo mu municipality ekira mu Wakiso. Kekombe babadde ku butundu 10 n'obutundu 9 ekitegeeza nti nabo babadde yaddeyaddeko si bulungi nnyo ate si bubi ekitegeeza nti empewo mu kitundu ekyo ebulamu katono nnyo bwe kati esobola okuba nga ate erongooka. Kira Road ku poliisi, Kira Road Kampala wano Uganda abadde ku butundu 27 nabo babulako katono nnyo bwe kati empewo mu kitundu ekyo erongooka esobola okuba nga nnungi eri obulamu bwabwe. Kamwokya Kira Road tuli mu Kampala wano mu Uganda ebitundu 27 obukeeredde olwaleero tuli ku mutindo gw'empewo nga nabo bali ku moderate yaddeyaddeko si bubi nnyo ate era si bubi okutwaliza awamu. Kale katulabe enteebereza y'obudde olunaku olw'enkya nga bwetambula mu Kampala tusuubira enkya mu budde okubeera obw'ekiddedde ate ku lwokusatu tusuubirayo kubwatuka kw'eggulu, ku lwokuna tusuubirayo embeera y'obudde okubeera ekiddedde, ku lwokutaano tusuubirayo kubwatuka kw'eggulu, ku lwomukaaga kiddedde, ku Sande kubwatuka kw'eggulu ejja kubeera ya aganaga. Leero obeera n'enkya bwetyo. Bwe tugendako Entebbe olunaku olw'enkya olwokubiri n'olwokusatu n'olwokuna n'olwokutaano n'olwomukaaga Entebbe tusuubira enteebereza y'obudde mu bitundu ebyo okubamu okubwatuka kw'eggulu ate ku Sande tusuubira obudde obw'ekikome mu munisipaali eyo ey'Entebbe. bwe tutunuulirako ekibuga ky'e Masaka olunaku olw'enkya n'olwokusatu n'olwokuna tusuubira enteebereza y'obudde mu kitundu ekyo okubeera eya kikome obudde ate ku lw'omukaaga ne ku lwokusatu ne ku lwomukaaga ne ku Sande tusuubira okubwatuka kw'eggulu mu kibuga Masaka ku lunaku olw'enkya ne sabbiiti nnamba nga bw'ogirabye enteebereza y'obudde katulabe akatale k'ebyensimbi obukeredde olwaleero dola ya America gingenda okutandika nayo ebadde ku 3,752 ng'etundibwa 3,762 pound eya Bungereza obukeredde ng'etundibwa 15,903 negulibwa 15,125 euro eya Bulaaya ebadde ku 4,421 netundibwa negulibwa 4,434 sirinji ya Kenya eri ku sirinji 29 eya Tanzania eri ku sirinji 1.43 ate rand eya South Africa eri ku 2,29 ate egulibwa 2,28 tugenda mulamu katono nnyo toseguka amasengeje ekitundu ekyokubiri nkomawo nakyo tukomawo.
Airtel Extreme Unlimited Internet just got better. Paying for an Extreme Unlimited Internet connection now comes with free data, SMS plus voice minutes to call and text across networks for the Muganga who pays the monthly bill. Dial *125# or call 125 today
to upgrade to an unlimited, uncapped Airtel Internet experience.
Airtel.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Here's how you chase that gray away. You're a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air like you don't care, baby, by the way.
You got Glovo. You got Glovo.
You can order what you want. You can get what you need.
You got Glovo.
You got it all. Order a Glovo and receive it in minutes.
Okugaba obutimba bw'ensiri mu ggwanga kukomyewo. Tewali muntu alina kufa musujja gwa nsiri ku mulembe guno. Buvunaanyizibwa bwo okugoba omusujja gw'ensiri mu nnyumba yo. Amawulire amalungi gaagano. Gavumenti ya Uganda ezzeemu nate okugaba obutimba bw'ensiri. Mu kaweefube ono akatimba kamu kagenda kuweebwayo eri abantu 2 mu buli maka. Omusawo w'ekyalo muyite VHT ne ssentebe w'ekyalo bajja kutambula nnyumba ku nnyumba okuwandiika abantu abali mu buli maka okwetegekera okufuna obutimba. Omusawo w'ekyalo gamba VHT ajja kubuulira ebifo ebugabibwa. Kaakano tosigalira mabega kakasa nti owandiisizza abantu bonna mu maka go okufuna obutimba bw'ensiri. Ku lunaku lw'okugaba obutimba genda mu kifo ebugabibwa okufuna akatimba ko. Obutimba bw'ensiri bukuuma ggwe n'ab'omu maka go obutalumwa nsiri ezireetera omuntu okufuna omusujja. Gaba omusujja gw'ensiri mu maka go nga weebaka mu katimba k'ensiri. Obubaka buno bukutuusiddwako ekitongole ky'ebyobulamu mu ggwanga.
And that's it for today. Till the next episode.
a daily bando, like a daily bando. Omuli don't go uli da mole, momonzi ma kukankana like drums. Kalakata, kalakata, elendongo ya kusabula. We gonna do free of fire, free of fire, free of fire.
Otyo ekitundu ekyokubiri ekyamasenge gye kigguse era ntandikiddewo ebula ssaawa busaawo okulayiza omukulembeze w'eggwanga kutojjere ku kisaawe ky'ameefuga Kololo amaaso kati gali ku bikujjuko ebikulu era mu mboozi eno tukuleetedde bimu ku bikolebwa ku mukolo guno okuli n'omugenyi akira bonna asembayo kutuuka ate nga yasooka okuvaawo kyokka nga bw'atabaawo omukolo ate tegugenda mu maaso.
Okuva mu mwaka gwa 1996 okulayiza omukulembeze w'eggwanga kubeera Kololo ku kisaawe okubindabinda kwe kulayira kw'omulundi ogw'omusanvu okuva mu 1996 wadde nga ne bwe yali yakava mu nsiko mu 1986 yakuba ebirayiro ng'okulayira tekunnabaawo waliwo obubonero obusooka. Martin Busuulwa munnamawulire era abadde ku mikolo gy'okulayira egiwera atubuulidde obulombolombo obusooka ng'alondeddwa tannakuba birayiro.
Akakiiko k'ebyokulonda kateekwa okulangirira omuwanguzi alangiriddwa ng'omu abaafunye obululu okusinga banna ababa beesimbyewo. Ekyo kyakolebwa. Ekyokubiri, kooti neerangirira nti wali awakanyiza kooti ya Uganda enkulu oba ekisiga eddamuzi nelirangirira nti wali awakanya ebyalangirirwa akakiiko kaaki k'ebyokulonda. So si ebyo byonna byakolebwa.
Munnamateeka Tony Tumukunde agamba nti ekirala eky'enkizo kye kirayiro ekikubibwa omukulembeze omulonde ekitegeeza nti ekisanja ekijja kitandise.
Ekirayiro omukulembeze kyagenda okuba olunaku lw'enkya kimuwa enkizo ku bantu abalala kikakasiza ddala nti ye yasinga ye yawangula era yali mu mateeka ng'omukulembeze w'eggwanga. Naye ate era kireeta manifesto okubanga egenda tandika olunaku lw'enkya okukola.
Si kisanja kyokka naye okulayizibwa kwa pulezidenti kutegeeza nti abakulembeze bonna bavuddewo nga kati omukulembeze alayiziddwa aba alina okulonda abalala ng'atuuza olukiiko olusookera ddala.
Kyankizo nnyo nti omukulembeze ayina olayira kubanga yatuula mu lukiiko olusooka olwa paalamenti. So w'oba tolayidde ne paalamenti eba tegenda kukola ki kutuula. So amala kulayira n'alyoka atuuza paalamenti ne balyoka balonda sipiika omulala.
Ng'oggyeko abagenyi abayite abatuuka mu budde ku lunaku lw'okulayira kw'ossa n'agenda okulayira waliwo omugenyi atuuka nga bonna bakkalidde era zino ze bbendera z'eggwanga entongole. Bendera okutuuka ku kisaawe zireetebwa mu bukuumi n'emisinde egy'akafubutuko.
Bendera zino zikuumwa abasirikale b'eggye ly'eggwanga era zibeera ku kitebe ekikulu eky'amagye g'eggwanga. Era omuduumizi ow'oku ntikko Chief of Defence Forces yabeera n'ebisumuluzo ebikuuma. Zibeera n'ofiisi ebeera kumpi n'ey'omuduumizi waki ow'amagye ow'oku ntikko. Buli luvannyuma myaka 5 motoka ezo bendera ezo nazo zigulirwa emmotoka empya.
Engeri gye kiri nti abaddeko ate era yaddako ebimu ku birina okukolebwa mu kukyusa obukulembeze tebijja kukolebwa wabula wadde guli gutyo waliwo ebitasobola kubuusibwa maaso. Okukwasibwa akabonero k'eggwanga kitegeeza nti ne ku mmotoka gy'atambuliramu kateekebwako wabula eno nayo erina kye wandiyisa emizizo kwetambulira.
Akabonero ko kateekebwa ku mmotoka ye era ye yekka akkirizibwa okuteekebwa okuteeka akabonero ako kuki ku ggwanga then n'ateekako n'ebendera.
Oluvannyuma lw'okulayira omukulembeze akwasiddwa enkasi alambula ennyiriri z'amagye nga muno n'ebbendera z'eggwanga zibaamu era ziramusa. Awo ekiddako gabeera amagye kukumba n'okukakasa bannayuganda nti obusobozi bw'okukuuma eggwanga lyabwe babulina. Nga nabiwedde omugenyi ow'enkizo Bendera talinda mukolo kuggwa era abamuvunaanyizibwako bamugjawo kapaalo. Bendera zino tezizibirwa kkubo nga ne bw'aba mukulembeze wa ggwanga ayimirira ziyitewo, ekitegeeza nti tewali asobola kwetantala kuzityoboola. Jamila Mulindwa Nuwaha, NBS Amasengeje.
Mu mbeera y'emu bannamateeka bakubye ebituli mu tteeka erifuga okukyusa obukulembeze bw'eggwanga lye baagala likolebwemu ennongoosereza. Okusinziira ku ssemateeka, omukulembeze w'eggwanga afuga ebbanga lya myaka 5 era ekisanja kye kiggwako ng'ennaku z'omwezi 11 omwezi guno olwaddako alayire ng'ennaku z'omwezi 12. Embeera eno erekawo ebbanga erya ssaawa ezisoba mu 10 ng'eggwanga teririna mukulembeze okutuusa ng'omupya alayidde, era bannamateeka bagamba nti kino kyabulabe ddala.
Okusinziira ku nnyingo 15 ya ssemateeka, omukulembeze w'eggwanga afuga ekisanja kya myaka 5 era ebbanga lino bwe liggwako ateekeddwa okuwaayo obuyinza eri omuntu abeera alondeddwa. Wano mu Uganda omukulembeze omupya atera kulayira nga 12 Meeyi kubanga ekisanja ky'omukulembeze kikoma nga 11 Meeyi emyaka 5 we giggweerako. Kino kitegeeza nti wakati wanga 11 ne 12 ng'omukulembeze omujja tanalayira waliwo essaawa eziwera ng'eggwanga teririna pulezidenti, ekirekawo omuwaatwa mu bukulembeze bw'eggwanga.
Oli ofiisi yekomye omupya tanaba kuyingira mu bwa pulezidenti. Kitegeeza Uganda eba terina pulezidenti era tetulina provision for acting president, kubanga ne bwaba vice president agenda ne president we.
Wadde nga akadde kano kalabika nga akatono, abaasoma amateeka ne bagakugukamu bagamba nti kateeka eggwanga mu katyabaga singa lyesanga mu mbeera nga lyetaaga okusalawo kwa pulezidenti.
Just in case something happened, a state of emergency, it's the president who is supposed to declare a state of emergency. If his term has already ended, how will he declare the state of emergency?
Practically kiyinza butakosa naye singa olutalo luba lukawo, for example oba tolina commander in chief oba tolina ani alaga kubo tukole ki.
Bannamateeka bakakasa nti ekikyataasizza embeera kwe kubanga Uganda ezitekyusa bukulembeze nga pulezidenti y'omu yasigala nga yafuga.
Tuli ba mukisa ate tuli mu buzibu nti tubadde n'omuntu omu n'atufuga emyaka 40. Obuzibu bwe tuyina tetutaddeewo nkola ya muntu kuwaayo obuyinza. Naye mu Uganda omuntu atuula mu kifo n'akiremeramu ne bw'abanga ttaamu yeeweddeko nga yateekateeka n'ebigenda okukolebwa. Kati ne Museveni bw'ali.
There is always a president. The current one sits as a president until the newly sworn in president starts the work after being sworn in. So there is no vacuum.
Minisita w'ebyamawulire mu ggwanga Dr. Chris Balyomonsi akkiriza nti etteeka ly'okukyusa obuyinza bwa pulezidenti lirimu omuwaatwa era obaolyawo lyetaaga okukolamu ennongoosereza.
Tosobola kukola swearing-in ssaawa 6 ez'ekiro kati kirinda ku makya kutaleka ssaawa 2 ssaawa 3. So kitegeeza nti yes nti kuva ssaawa 6 ez'ekiro kutuuka ssaawa 2 ku makya kirabika nti awo tewali pulezidenti. Mu biseera by'omu maaso tusobola kukitunulirako oba ne tulongoosamu muteeka nti transition eyo gap eyo tukole provision. Oyinza kugamba nti mu kiseera ekyo omukulu nga chief justice abeere nti yalina obuyinza.
Kyokka Balyomonsi agamba nti kino si ky'ekintu ekiyinza okweraliikiriza kubanga gavumenti esobola okukwasaganya ebyetaagisa byonna wadde ng'omukulembeze yeesanga ng'ekisanja kye kiba kiweddeko ate ng'omulala tannalayira.
Naye gavumenti ebyawo eri nga waliwo ekintu kyetaagisa kya security wabeerawo security agencies we ziri. Sirowooza nti waliwo ekintu kyetaaga kukola etteeka wakati ya ssaawa 6 ez'ekiro ku makya nti oba palamenti etuule. Yes eyinza kuba gap naye si kintu kiri emergency.
Enkalu teziri ku kifo kya pulezidenti kyokka ne mu mateeka agafuga okukyusa palamenti. Ekisanja ky'ababaka kitandika ku lunaku palamenti lw'etuuza olutuulo olusooka kyokka ng'embeera eno egenda okubawo ng'ababaka abapya bamaze okulayira, ekitegeeza nti eggwanga lyesanga mu mbeera nga lirina palamenti za mirundi 2. Fred Sewajje, Ramson Muhaire, NBS Amasengeje.
Ng'eggwanga lirindiridde okulayira kwa Pulezidenti Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, abatunuulira ensonga ne bannabyabufuzi boogedde ku kisanja kye kijja kye baagala Museveni ateeke ennyessira ku buli bw'enguzi bwe bagamba nti ye kanaluzaala owa buli kizibu ekiri mu ggwanga lino okuli amabanja, ebyenfuna, ebiyuuga, obwavu, ebyobulamu ebyeraliikiriza n'ebirala. Wabula balabudde nti enguzi kati tekyasobola kulinnyisibwa ku nfeete mu ggwanga lino kuba kati ebyobufuzi kwe bitambulira.
Olunaku lw'enkya lusuubirwa okuba olw'enjawulo ku nnaku endala nga Pulezidenti Yoweri Museveni alayizibwa ku kisanja ekyomusanvu ku kisaawe Kololo. Pulezidenti Museveni ne NRM ye bajja n'ensonga 10 okuli okulwanisa enguzi, okubukaza demokrasiya, okuddabula ebyenfuna n'ebirala, wadde nga batunuulira ebyobufuzi bagamba olusozi lukyali lunene ddala. Abagoberera ensonga bagamba nti Museveni mu kisanja ekiddako alina okujjayo n'ag'omu buto okulwanyisa enguzi kubanga ye kanaluzaala wa buli kimu ekikuumidde eggwanga mu mabanja kubanga ensimbi zisaasaanyizibwa ekyeyonoonero so nga zibeera neewole.
Pulezidenti alina obbikolako obubbi bw'essente n'amabanja. Bw'anaakola ebyo ebibiri ajja kuba yeetaddeko ekikomere kimuwaamu kagaapu olinga ali mu jaamu. Bano abaana bavaayo ne bagaa gwedda wano gwevaayo nga basobole obatereza. Kakati ebintu ebibiri bwe binaaba bikyali ku mmeeza, obubbi bwa ssente n'amabanja, tajja kufuna chance ekola byayagala.
Bannabyabufuzi balina okutankana obanga ddala Museveni oluvannyuma lw'emyaka 4 akyasobola okulwanyisa enguzi nga batunuulira engeri embalirira y'eggwanga gyesengekebwamu kw'ossa n'okugaba ensimbi ekyeyonoonero.
Yayisizaamu supplementary budget over 1 trillion. Naye bw'olaba ssente we ziraga atiyak state house barabara ssente z'omuwa musolo zakwonoona, so ekyobuli bw'enguzi tekisoboka, tasobola kukikolako kubanga corruption ye sustaininga ki politics za Mr. Museveni.
Abakugu mu byenfuna bagamba nti gavumenti empya erina okusala amagezi ku ngeri gy'ekendeeza ensaasaanya ng'eziba amakubo agatwala ensimbi omuli okukendooza omuwendo gw'abaminisita, abawabuzi ba pulezidenti n'abalala abaweebwa buli kimu okuli emmotoka n'amafuta n'emisaala eminene ku nsimbi enneewole.
Katulina okuddamu tutunuulire gavumenti erina abakozi bameka boona ebeetaaga. Gavumenti biki byekola byonna ebyetaaga. Yaba gavumenti tubawadde tuti abalina emmotoka zonna tuzeetaaga oba tetuzeetaaga. Bwe nkwongeza omusaala ne nkuteeka ku miliyoni 12, lwaki nkuwa entambula?
Bannabyabufuzi wabula bagamba nti Museveni kano ke kaseera aweeyo obuyinza bw'amagye eri bannansi era waliwo n'abagamba nti emyaka 4 gy'aweereza gimala.
Takyalina kyasobola kwongerako. Omwana akulema mu buto n'olowooza nti mukadde ogenda kumuzaala. Tekisoboka. Bw'abeera nga muntu mulamu era nga Uganda agyagala ali patriotic aweeyo obuyinza.
Essuubi nze siriraba kubanga kati ye kyaliko kunywereza ddala obukulembeze bwe kubeera mu state house.
He also needs to hand over the military. You cannot have a military that is fused with the state.
Wabula ba NRM bagamba abaagala Museveni agende babasekerera busekerezi kubanga akyali muganzi olw'ebirungi byakoledde eggwanga ng'ensonga lwaki bamuyira akalulu. Ate nga bwe gutuuka mu mambuka g'eggwanga bamulaba nga mununuzi abajja mu ntalo alwanyisizza obwavu n'ebirala.
Abafuna PDM basanyuka. Be bazimbira amakubo bazina gyenjerebu. Abali mu zi disitulikiti zaabwe bafuna PDM obulamu bweyongera okubeera obulungi. Abaana abasomera obwereere abazadde basanyuka. Amakubo agazimbibwa n'emirembe giri mu ggwanga gibukadde abantu basanyuka. Kakati abagamba nti tebasanyuka gwe mukulu Bashiri Kazibwe tolaba nti yafuuse investor ku mulembe gw'NRM.
Wadde nga bingi bikoleddwa bagamba bingi bikyetaaga okukolwako nga gavumenti essuubi erina mu nsimbi z'amafuta okuvujjirira n'okwongera okuggumiza ebyenfuna. Nga NRM yakatuukirizaako ebitundu 54 ku buli 100 ku manifesto ya 2026, ebibuuzo bingi obanga ddala ebyasigalayo kw'ossa n'ebiri mu kisanja ekitandika binaamalirizibwa. Adam Mayambala, NBS Amasengejje.
Chinyugana chinyoma, nina chentegede. Chinyugana chinyoma.
And that's it for today. Till the next episode.
Like a daily bando, like a daily bando, like a daily bando. Omuliro nguwulira muli mu mutima kukankana like drums. Kalakata, kalakata, endungu ya kusabula. We gonna do free on fire, free on fire, free on fire.
It's back, bigger, and with more business opportunities. It's the Pearl of Africa Tourism Expo, Poate 2026, Uganda's flagship tourism event. Poate 2026 will take place from the 21st to the 23rd of May 2026 at the Speak Resort Convention Center, Munyonyo, under the theme Wanderlust. It's your time to thrive. Yes, it's your time to tap into Uganda's renewed optimism and tourism growth. Tourism stakeholders, travel trade partners, and tourism enthusiasts will be part of the Poate 2026. Come and network with like-minded people and unlock new business opportunities. To participate, register at www.poate.co.ug. Poate 2026 is brought to you by Uganda Tourism Board and partners.
How do you make a party? You take time to prepare, to bring all the pieces together, to craft it right. The result, great refreshment. And that makes it time well spent. Club, brewed longer for longer refreshment.
Better study tips. Stay ahead of scams with double-check URLs before entering login credentials. Scammers create fake websites that look real, aiming to steal your data. Always verify the web address to stay safe. In partnership with Uganda Communications Commission and NBS.
Cooking all that makes food sweet. Tastes so good like mama's keys. Sweet time masala, yeah. Stir God, it's the oil you need for a tasty meal to live a healthy, happy life. Stir God, refined, fortified, blended pure vegetable cooking oil, second best to a mother's love.
New Tusker Premium Cider. Crisp, delicious apples crushed and blended to create a unique taste explosion.
Samzimba sazeko nina Samzi snacks zamwe twalira ku mama twalira tata twalira ne jajjawo uyo Sam snacks ow'enjawulo londako gw'oyagala. Sam snacks mulungi eri olubuto lwo muwoomu okusinga ebirala.
Yummy, yummy.
Sam's aleeta ebiseera ebiteerabirwa mu buli maka.
We all set goals for the day, whether it's keeping healthy or staying on your hustle, serving your customers better or working harder for success. Choose the water that energizes you to achieve your goals every single day. Sip on Union Purified Drinking Water, the secret to staying energized, refreshed, and recharged. Union, the better way.
Okyali ku Masengejje kakati abadde omulodi wa Kampala Salongerias Lukwago olwaleero mu butongole awaddeyo ofiisi eno oluvannyuma lw'ekisanja okuggwako. Lukwago yeewaanye nga bw'asobodde okulwanisa obulyake obwavaamu n'obukuubagano. Bino abyogeredde mu lutuula lwa kanso olusembyeyo n'abadde sipiika wa KCCA Zahara Luyulika mwasiibulidde.
Olutuula lwa kanso olw'enjawulo ku KCCA lutandise ku ssaawa 9 nga lwetabiddwamu Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago, akulira ekibuga Kampala Sharifa Buzeki, abamyuka baabwe n'abakiisa abalala. Mu lutuula luno emirimu gya sipiika wa kanso Zahara Luyulika ne Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago wegikomye, era bombi boogedde ku ngeri gye basanga ekibuga bye batuuseeko ne we bakiresse.
Ngenze nkukuluma obumbi 43 bwabbibwa ku usafi ku bibaawo ebiri awo.
Elias Lukwago akukulumidde minisitule y'ebyensimbi nti tebayambye mu mirimu gye n'obuweereza bw'ekibuga kubanga ensimbi zennyini ezikola emirimu zibadde zibeekubya mpi.
Nina consumption budget and has been a problem. Consumption budget nga development budget ebisinga biri mu unfunded priorities. Working groups ezikolebwa Ministry of Finance njagala okubagamba temutuyambye. Mutu kotogede kubanga allocation zaffe mbadde temuzikola.
Lukwago agamba nti nembalirira ey'ekisanja ekiddako baagibagadda wabula nti nga bwe gubadde ku bo n'abajja tebeeyibala kubanga eb'ensimbi okulalira tebinnakoma.
Nti pulani gye twakoze ey'emyaka 5 mu mwaka 2026-2027 budget twagimaze naye era twabadde tusente tulwamanta mpamante. Government egambe jatuwa 2.4 trillion buli mwaka mu budget bataddemu 1 trillion.
Lukwago mukogerako okusambya mu kanso nga Lord Mayor agamba abadde amanyikiddwa ng'omuntu alwana entalo okuwakanya ebiteeso bya gavumenti n'okulwanyisa obulyake oluusi ebivuddemu n'obukuubagano.
Nva wano ku State naye nga wakyali ba minisita nti bakola emirimu gy'ekitongole. Minisita ali mu butale, minisita ali mu maboda, minisita ali mu batembeeyi, minisita atunda obusango bulina okuwozesebwa abeerosi 1 nerosi 2.
Agamba nti yadde nga bamukazaako eryamuwakanya abadde akikola kulwanirira muntu wa wansi.
Ekiyitibwa kiyosiki ekintu kyonna ekitali ku pulani neoguba gukalina gunene gutya. Amisi Kigundu yazimba ka kiyosiki ku mwala gwe Nakivubo. Bwe tuba tumenya bukiyosiki ka kiyosiki ka Amisi Kigundu n'abalya ssente mu kakiyosiki ako bakangavulwe.
Ensonga eya Smart City Lukwago agenze tagituukiriza era yeekokkola ab'ebyensimbi okusala ng'ensimbi ze babadde bateeka mu mbalirira okusitula omutindo gw'ekibuga Kampala. Dr. Lawrence Muganga omukugu mu byenjigiriza ne tekinologiya agamba nti ekibuga ekitambulira ku tekinologiya oba Smart City kisoboka okutuukibwako singa tewaba kukolera wamu.
Ebyokugamba nti ate ono meeya yajja ayambadde bimyufu, meeya alina kujja kukolera ffe ffenna bantu, n'olwekyo ffenna tukwatire wamu naffe abantu ababeera mu kibuga bannayuganda naffe tetulekerawo okugamba nti ate bannange KCCA egenda tukolera ki oba Lord Mayor agenda tukolera ki. Naffe tubuuze neki naffe kyetugenda okuyamba Lord Mayor addako asobole okukola emirimu gy'obulungi.
Kampala capital city ya Uganda erina okufuna share ennene kubanga omusolo ogusinga okusasulibwa ogenda mu ggwanika mu kitafu kya Uganda guva mu Kampala city.
Sulaiman Sabogwawo, NBS Amasengejje.
Chiyuganda chinyuma nina chentegedde Chiyuganda chinyuma.
Special announcement. The NRM Secretariat wishes to inform all Ugandans, especially residents in Kampala Metropolitan, that on Monday evening, the skies above Kampala will come alive with a breathtaking aerial display of drones carrying a thank you message of the NRM National Chairman and President-elect, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, ahead of Tuesday 12th presidential inauguration at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. The first of the kind event within Uganda shall take place on the evening of Monday, the 11th of May 2026 at 8 p.m., lasting for 14 minutes. The public is hereby informed to await for this historic moment.
What does unwavering faith look like? This June 3rd, Uganda unites to honor the courage and sacrifice of the Uganda Martyrs. NBS TV, Afromobile, and our other platforms bring you comprehensive live coverage from Namugongo, powerful moments, inspiring stories, and nationwide conversations that matter. Churches, ministries, and value-driven brands align your message with a moment that commands national attention and trust. Be seen, be heard, be part of the story. Call 0761 001 890 now to secure your slot. Next Media, connecting you to moments that move the nation.
And that's it for today. Till the next episode.
Like a daily bando, like a daily bando, like a daily bando. Omuli dongo ulira muli momotsema kukankana like drums. Kalakata, kalakata, erendongo ya kusabula. We gonna do free of fire, free of fire, free of fire.
Congratulations! The Ministers of Water and Environment, the Permanent Secretary and staff of Ministry of Water and Environment congratulate His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni upon swearing in as the President of the Republic of Uganda. The ministry reaffirms its commitment to serve the country through various initiatives and priority programs that subscribe to Uganda's development agenda and Vision 2040. The ministry rededicates itself to implementing the NRM Manifesto 2026-2031 by increasing access to safe and clean water to all Ugandans, strengthening regulation and enforcement against degradation of the environment, including protection of water resources.
Did you know? Brought to you by
Fake spare parts can be deceiving. They seem cheaper, they seem good enough, they get you moving for now. But what you don't see is the hidden cost, damage to your car, endless repairs, wasted time off the road, and potential risk to lives. In the long run, fake parts cost you more. Choose genuine parts from any CFAO mobility location countrywide.
Did you know? Brought to you by
nina kyentegedde
Otyo Uganda kinyuma n'amasengejja ag'olwaleero bwegatyo bwe ganyumye nze Nalumu Irene Olivia Bulega yabadde ku lulimi olw'obubonero. Tugenda kusiibulira wano naye nga tetulina kusiibula, jjukira nti waliwo ekijja naye nga tekinnajja, waliwo ekizze. Samson, oli otya?
Nze mbeera bulungi. Omanyi wano e Buganda obubi tebabubeera.
Oli bulungi. Kaakati ku ssaawa 6 ez'ekiro kya leero okuva kwezi essaawa tugenda kuba tetulina mukulembeze okutuusa enkya ng'alayidde.
Naye tomanya suuti nga bwe nkutta obulungi bweti. Mukulu ayinza okukuba essimu naga Kasumba ogira okuuma entebe paka ku makya.
Oyinza gikuuma?
Iye natondabe essuuti bwe nkutte bulungi. Ayinza oginteresa. Essaawa yonna essimu eyinza okuvuga naga vaawo jangu entebe ogira ogitereka.
Nnyinimu bw'aba taliiwo.
Iye ate munnyinimu yasalawo. Kakati awo ne bagamba nti Kasumba yaliko pulezidenti okumala essaawa 6.
Otandikirawa?
Iye ntandikira kusala ku musolo gwa broadcasting. Awo nga bati buli TV yonna tewa musolo.
Sooka otubuulire ku kijja.
Ekijja okutandikira ddala kakati ssaawa zetugenda mu ssaawa 2 essaawa 2 kati olwo tutandise tuguddewo mwabamanyiira okulaba ebintu nga si bya bulijjo kati we muli watuufu. Kubira jjajjaawo, kubira nnyoko,
bitundu kyolwo,
kubira kitaawo, ab'e Kashaali, ab'Arua, ab'e Nebbi, ab'e Kabulasoke. Bano simanyi nsimbi ziwoome, bano simanyi bukomansimbi. Omanyi waliwo nsimbi ziwoome ne bukomansimbi.
Banjawulo kyerya.
Waliwo abaziwoomerwa ne gye zikoma. Mwenna mubeere wano ku NBS ffe weetuli tugenda kubatwalira ddala paka ku ssaawa 6 awo zizo nnyo zitwogeddeko. Nze wendi ne mwannyinaze Trace ajja kwegamba kijjobyo. Kyebakye kijjobyo?
Kitokota kifumbu ya
kitoka omugoyo guno gwe tufumbye mugulinde mugenda gulaba nyabo ndoza gwe ne bwe nkusibulirawo. Naye akagoye kano kakutte bulungi. Mukoddomi wange kyukamu. 360 sije bagamba. Ojimase. That is us beginning a historic broadcast. Some very, very important. I mean, as a broadcaster, these are the things I signed up for. These are the things I want to be a part of. And as a viewer, this is the reason you buy an expensive television. This is the reason you pay your UEDCL Lite. If you don't have it, this is the reason Afro Mobile is going to be your witness. So when the TV have your Afro Mobile, pay for it or pay for your mother's Afro Mobile because you don't want to miss a very historic broadcast. Between now and for the next few minutes up to 8:30, every 10 minutes you will be seeing something that is momentous. My name is Samson Kasumba. I'll be joined by my colleague Tracy Kansima as we walk you through a broadcast between now until through the whole night from morning 6 a.m. until we get to the swearing in proper. We are looking at a man who picked about 71.65%, Yoram 70 of the NRM, sweeping the field. I mean, in his 80s, he's still getting 71.6%. That's the reason we are here. Our guests have been arriving. My colleague Kanan Mugume has been in Entebbe, and a few more are arriving. We do know, for instance, that we do know that Kororo is in preparations. I cycled around Kororo and I can tell you preparations are in high gear. While doing my exercise, I deliberately went around Kororo. Streets are marked. I mean, I've not seen Uganda looking like this and Kampala looking like this. And I've been here 52 odd years. By the way, tomorrow is also my birthday, and the celebrations for my birthday has been moved from Kororo for very very obvious reasons. But we want to say, around the country, our bureau chiefs and my colleagues scattered around the entire part of Africa will be coming in to let us in on the preparations. How are they happening? What is Mbarara doing? What is Tororo doing? What is Arua doing? What is Lira doing? What is Gulu doing? What is Kabale doing? What is Fort Porto doing? What are they doing in Buvuma? We will be across the country to let you know how the preparations are going all across the country. What is the National Organizing Committee doing? What is Kololo doing? We do know what is in Munyonyo and how all that is putting together. 71.6% is that number. If you needed any reminder, it is 71.6%. After 40 years and still counting, 40 years young in power, he still was able to pull 71.6%. If you want to joke with anybody else, don't joke with somebody who runs a country for 40 years and can still pull 71.6%. So Ugandans around Kampala, if you are in Zirowe, come to Kisasi, okay? If you are in Najanankumbi, come around Chibuye. Find a hill, get around Old Kampala. You will need your eyes in the skies in the next about 28 minutes. Your eyes have to be on the sky because something in the sky that you will tell your children to tell their children and their children that I saw on the 11th of May 2026. I saw something huge. For now, let's go to Mbarara to find out, because we want to remind ourselves, to reminisce, how did President Yoweri Museveni pick this 71.65%? Which region contributed the largest? So I'd like to bring in my colleague Alex Mugasha, who is our bureau chief out there in Mbarara, to let us in, one, the performance, and two, what are the preparations there. So let me bring in Alex Mugasha. Nakwachira mshijawe.
Thank you very much, Samson Kasumba. A very good evening to you and good evening to you watching us over the Kunyachira, and indeed Tokwachira Nyonyenka, but the entire region of Western Uganda and particularly Mbarara City. I can tell you the Ankole sub-region really gave NRM support, and while the national chairman or the chairman for the National Resistance Movement, that is President Yoweri Museveni, while he was in the region. Let me zero it down here to Mbarara City. I can tell you that he really, the mobilization for the National Resistance Movement was evident right away from the streets to the supporters, straight to those who subscribed to the party, and also the those who were contesting for different positions, different candidates across different positions. All were mobilizing for support for their chairman, President Yoweri Museveni. And I can tell you, he performed because he got more than 87% in the Mbarara City here and the rest of the regions. For example, in Isinjiro district, he had 98%. So that shows you that the Ankole sub-region really was supporting the National Resistance Movement. Of course, amid allegations of rigging across the other levels like parliamentary and the others. But at least one thing that we remember for the president while he was still here, quite a number of issues that he tackled and talked about. And among those, if I can remind those who were at the rally at Boma Grounds here in Mbarara City, he talked about the fact that there will be a construction of the Nyachara International Airport, elevating it from an airstrip that the level it is now to an international airport supported by the government of China. Now, one thing that we remember is that the president confirmed that the preparations and the paperwork has already been done for that international airport, and it will be taking shape immediately this term begins. He swears in tomorrow. Probably we could see now action beginning with, for example, assessment of the area. And I know that even now, when you go to that place in Nyachara, for you to get a piece of land, you will have to be at least having about 60 million Uganda shillings right now to purchase a piece of land around that very area. Yet initially, you would actually go with your 30 million, 25 million shillings, Uganda shillings, and be able to purchase land. But at least the other things that we remember the president talked about include the industrial park that he suggests should be established here in Ruti. For those who are very much familiar with Mbarara City, Ruti is a place that has National Forestry Authority land, and he was suggesting that if we can establish an industrial park in that area, he will definitely champion that. The president talked about having a railway line that will be stretching from Kisoro, all straight from Kisoro via Ntungamo around the Inspire Africa Coffee Park, then continues via here in Mbarara City. It will find an industrial park, it will find an international airport, then it proceeds all through to Kampala. Now that would really be a good strategy for the NRM government for this coming term. Whether that will come to effect, only time will tell. And the other thing that he talked about also includes those who are dealing in agriculture products. He says that the industrial park will definitely support the agro-processing industry here in the region, because anyway, this is the backbone of the food basket for the for the country, and that is the Ankole sub-region, or Ankole Kigezi sub-regions, if you may. So the president talked about a number of things, and that also includes utilizing the parish development model among other projects in the city. He also talked about security, making sure that now most of these areas, especially the regional city here, is bordered by 3 East African countries. That is also another added advantage. Starring in, being tomorrow, the momentum here can be felt and can be seen visibly amongst those who are rushing home, for example, to watch NBS TV, because we have been notified that at 8 p.m. there will be definitely something big happening, and indeed it's already happening. So people are rushing home to watch, and also as they wait for tomorrow. On the side of the NRM party, the organization down here is immense, because one thing we know is that the district executive committee, all of them have already set foot in Kampala ahead of tomorrow's event, but those that have been left behind will be delegated at different official, not official, but functions that have been organized down here to make sure that they celebrate with the national celebrations that will be happening in Kololo tomorrow. One thing we know from Mbarara City is that there will be a marching from Mile 2. For those who are familiar with Mbarara City, Mile 2 is on the Mbarara Masaka Highway, and there will be a marching there all through the city streets, all the way to Mbarara City Council, where they will be having a celebration. And I've also had a conversation with the city resident commissioner, Catherine Kamwine, and she confirmed to me that immediately after the national celebrations, there will be official celebration for the Mbarara City. That means tomorrow's activities are not formal per se, but an informal organization by those who are, subscribed to the party and also will be celebrating. So the celebrations can be felt, and tomorrow will be a big day for other districts. Wampara has also confirmed there will be a celebration after tomorrow's event. That shows you how ready they are. But our district is doing the same. So we are here to bring the details of that in our subsequent broadcast. For now, Samson, permit me Ngaruko Wawe, and then we proceed with the other broadcast. Let me get back to you, Samson.
Yevar Alex. Yevare Bzima. Alex Mugesha there for us, bringing us up to speed with what is happening around Mbarara. But you need to remember that President Yoweri Museveni collected 71.65%, and that's literally around the entire country. If you look at that map of the yellow map, looking at how President Yoweri Museveni, that's the map I'm talking about here. He literally stripped the entire country apart from small areas, pockets around Lake Victoria for very obvious reasons. But it was literally a yellow sweep. And I also need to remind you that we spoke about 8 o'clock, and we've started 8 8 o'clock. But every 10 minutes, we'll be moving to something new. But whatever it is, if you can't get around Kampala, if you can't get around Naguru, if you can't get around Old Kampala, if you can't get around Chibuli, if you can't get around Namirembe or Rubaga, where you can see on a place that is high, you need to. If not, then get your Afro Mobile in. Then get on NBS in. But for now, as we wait for that, at least get close to a TV so that I bring in my colleague Tracy Kansime, who is in a very good mood. We are talking about Thanksgiving. That's why we're talking Kansime. Yasi Marhang.
A very interesting evening right there is Samson Kasumba. It is, of course, the swearing-in eve, and, of course, a lot is happening. We're talking about 71.65% of the National Resistance Movement in the just concluded election that got them this far. It will be interesting to find out how they did it, and we're talking about strategies right here. I am privileged to have the Honorable Mike Sebalu, who is a legislator, and, of course, he has been on the national stage but also on the regional stage, and he will be sharing with us a context into how the National Resistance Movement did it. But of course, it is Inauguration Eve. Welcome to this special broadcast of the swearing in. A very good evening, Honorable.
Yeah, good evening, Tracy. It's great having you. Okay. And having me on the NBS Media House.
Let's get into the conversation, Honorable, especially because you've just seen in terms of just what the percentage was across the country of what the National Resistance Movement did score across the board. You have been very vocal in terms of the mobilization strategy. What else would you attribute the 71.65%?
Yeah, the 71.6% was because of the kind of strategy that we used. It was a unique model. For any campaign to be successful, you need to have 5 areas of focus. 1, you need to have a credible candidate. Credible, okay, viable, and with a brand name, brand recognition, and brand visibility. And in the candidate of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, we had that kind of candidate that is easy to market, that is known, that is appreciated, that has a track record. The second was to do with the message. What message are you giving? After having a very good candidate, what message are you giving? The message of protecting their gains and making a leap into the middle income status was a game changer. It was unique, and it connected and resonated with everyone, because different people over the last 40 years have gained in different ways, individually, collectively, even at a community level. So that was very important, the message. Number 3 are the structures. What structures are you going to use to get the message to the population, get the trickle-down effect? So we had the structures right from national, district, and village. And we had all those leaders getting the message and sharing the same with their constituents. Then the third is to do with the budget. You need to plan well to work out the logistics for the electoral process. Get the messages, packaging the message, getting the logistics, getting the communication channels. That was also great.
We talk about the budget later.
Okay. Then finally, you need an audience. And NRM is not short of audience, because the leaders alone make it to the tune of about 4 million people in leadership only. Then you have the fans and the supporters. So we had a great message. We had a great candidate, a good message, functional structures, a budget, and a receptive audience.
A receptive audience, I think, in terms of factors, there you had it, Samson, 5 of those. They had the right candidate, the message was right according to them, but also they had a budget, and perhaps a couple of things that maybe we need to certainly take a note of. I want to cross back to you, Samson, as we get into matters. Manifesto, did it deliver previously, and will it deliver now, is the question.
NRM has had many manifestos. I'm soon 52, so I've had the privilege to listen in and see some of those manifestos. But after some time in power, there have been some gains, and NRM saw it fit that this time round they speak about protecting those gains. Tracy and indeed the viewers, I was around here in 1986 when the NRM came, when finding sugar was a problem. You had a wedding, and to get soda for your wedding, you needed a cheat from the minister. And even when the minister gave you a cheat, you never got all the soda you wanted. Soda was a decoration at high tables. I'm talking about those days. But now, doctors can tell you that you don't have to drink. Sugar was a problem. One of the things that NRM first did was to distribute sugar, 3 kilos for every family within what they used to call them resistance councils, the RC systems, those days when you used to have SDAs, special district administrators, before we came over to the changes. So there have been quite a number of gains. If you look at the roads, you could hardly find a good road around the country. But now I have driven from Kampala to Arua I left Kampala about 4:30 a.m. and by 10:30 I was in Arua. You can drive from Kisoro to Arua on a tarmac road. So NRM is now saying that those are some gains that need to be protected, although there are also other things that need to be done. But they're saying there has been quite a number of gains that are being protected, and that's where the NRM is. And they're also talking about growing the economy tenfold. Now, that's an ambitious plan. And the man on top of that is Ramadan Gobi, the PSST, and is doing... I've spoken to a lot of people who understand these issues of finances, and they're basically saying that some miracles are being done out there in the Ministry of Finance. But, as well, it's about time for us to focus on Busoga. When you say protecting the gains, where is Busoga in that dynamic? Because at some point, we did know that Busoga has been struggling with poverty and those things that attack the feet. I don't want to be mentioning them. Also, you talk about girl children getting pregnant. Where is Busoga in this mix? And so that's the place where we want to go in and find out from our bureau chief, Hakim Kanyere, who is in here. Hakim, when we talk about protecting the gains, where is Busoga in this? Baba Kodeo.
Kodeo Samson, actually, Busoga Buraide, but today it was a beehive of activities here in Jinja City and of course Busoga at large, because quite a number of leaders, especially the NRM leaders, were seen traveling to Kololo because they started their journeys today from here in Jinja. I spoke to some of them, and they told me that there is reason to smile and then also the excitement, because this time round the president garnered quite a number of votes compared to 2021 elections. If I can give you some statistics here, Samson, and then our viewers, in 2021, President Museveni garnered 4,862 votes, and then Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu got 437,000. That's 59 votes. That's a difference of about 37 votes. That's what's happened here in the Busoga sub-region. But this time round, President Museveni garnered 511,059 votes compared to Kyagulanyi Robert Ssentamu, who garnered 427,369 votes. And of course, I spoke to the NRM leaders who gave me reasons to why they voted overwhelmingly to NRM's President Museveni, because in 2021 there are so many reasons as to why he wasn't voted. For example, the Busoga sugar question was one of the reasons why President Museveni wasn't voted, because in 2021 there was a price fluctuation of sugarcane, and a ton of sugarcane was costing about 30,000 from 150,000. So this time round, the coming of the Sugar Act also did wonders for the NRM, and also the NRM massive mobilization across the sub-region with the 62 people who are on each and every village across the sub-region. They ensure that NRM, for example, especially President Museveni, garnered the votes he garnered this time round with over 53% of the vote going in his way. That's what I can tell you, Samson, from Busoga sub-region. Back to you at the Polo Command Center.
Hakim Wevaleino Usogabulaide, and you are right on that one. So we were talking about protecting of the gains. That document was about 185 pages. But the key pillars include peace of Sinje, and then development in Tunguka. You're talking of Gaiga, that is wealth, and then Emirimo, jobs, and as well services of Wereza, markets, and a political federation. President Yoweri Museveni will not finish in a sentence without talking about political federation. It's something very close to his heart. But I would like to return you to Tracy Kansime, who is now joined by another guest. Guests are pouring in here in the country and on the set. Tracy.
Absolutely, Samson. It is another guest, and we're privileged to be joined by the Honorable Rosemary Seninde, that has been very, very instrumental in how the National Resistance Movement perhaps got the 71.65. A very great evening to have you here with us. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, our dear viewers. I'm Dr. Rosemary Nansubuga Seninde, the National Mobilizer of the NRM Party. I'm glad to be here this evening.
Oh, well, we're really glad to have you here with us. It's 71.65%, and everyone would want to know. I mean, previously that number was lower. The election before that, it was lower. How did we get to 71.65% this time? What would you say was the reason behind?
Of course, there is a lot. There is a lot to explain. But what is most important is the candidate we had. The president is the candidate we had, made it for us as a party. Because I want to tell our dear viewers that we should not forget that what actually is consistent about our victory is majorly the track record of our president, the track record of our candidate. You know, his track record, you look at the things that he has been able to do. He has helped the country. You look at where he got the country from and where we are now. Ugandans can never forget the consistency, the security, the peace, the stability that we have in this country. Ugandans can't forget that. The way the president has been able to fight the economic, the economic revitalization, the wealth creation, helping our people to get out of poverty, the energy he has put in transforming our people's lives, the skilling programs that have changed the young people's lives. I think Ugandans can't forget. To me, I think the president, all this give a mileage to the NRM, gave a mileage to the NRM party, especially this time round. So when we came to this campaign, it was very easy for us because we had a candidate as number one, a candidate who made it for us.
Honorable, let me jump into that very question. In terms of the candidate, yes, he has been the same candidate. We speak about the same political party, but when it comes to regional share, in terms of this particular election, for the likes of Busoga, how did you, convince, because for each region, we have particular reasons to why they voted the way they voted, but also there are particular issues that need to certainly be addressed. When you look at Busoga, what should be top of the agenda in the next 5 years?
But of course, I want to say, it's not only Busoga, my dear. I don't want to single out particular regions. I'm talking about the general picture of the country. I want to tell you that, first of all, I was talking about my candidate, because the reason why I'm emphasizing this, many people have been asking, is he the only candidate or the only person that NRM has that you have always to bring him as your candidate? So I just want to remind Ugandans, before I go to your answer, to answer your question, the president has always been our Ronaldo, he's our Messi, he's our Bakayo Saka, So if you have such a candidate, you cannot go wrong. But again, we should also not forget that the president championed the flagship programs and all the programs that helped this country, like the PDM program, the Myoga, all those programs were championed by him. And those gave us a big mileage. But in addition, however, the NRM Secretariat, when have you ever swum? Are you a swimmer?
Yes, I am.
So when you are going to swim, there are certain things you put in consideration before you get into the water.
Into the water?
First of all, you check the water to see how deep is the pond.
As someone would argue, if you know how to swim, it doesn't matter.
But let me tell you, when you are going to swim, you'll find out how deep is the water, how dirty is it, or are there crocodiles or something like that. So as a party, we tried, when we were given the mandate, we tried to look back and see what happened in 2021. And we needed to look at the political terrain before we went out to do anything. We checked the political terrain. We analyzed the SWOT. We analyzed our strengths. We analyzed our weaknesses. We analyzed our opportunities and also the threats. So in doing that, we carried out a research. So after carrying out the research, we were able to come up to get our findings objectively. And that was the beginning now. So we designed a strategy for which we were to follow or to maneuver into the political terrain based on what we discovered, based on what we found as our strength, based on what we saw as our weakness, and we had to address those. But to cut the long story short, I want to tell Ugandans that we came up with an unprecedented grassroots mobilization strategy. That alone gave us a big mileage because remember, we were down to the people. NRM has a big opportunity of the numbers. So we saw and realized what went wrong in the past years. Maybe we were not using the opportunity of our numbers. I can give an example to our viewers. We have 63 leaders in every village. We have the women leagues, the youth league, the PWD league, the elders leagues, and all those leagues. And even the councils. When we also add on the leadership of the village, all those, majority of them this time round actually
played
are NRM.
a significant role?
They played a significant role, but I'm telling you, we wanted to use a scientific strategy. We wanted to count numbers. This time round, our vote was about counting numbers. It was scientific. So we looked at the numbers we had of the 63 leaders in the village, and then we said, throughout the country, because the country has over 72,000 villages, so you can imagine. And on every village, we have 63 leaders. So that is already about 4.5 million leaders alone, just leaders, a block on which we are starting from, that we really had to ensure that we use that opportunity. Now, these leaders were supposed to go and mobilize their villagers, the people in their village. And just at a small estimation, we said even if each leader gets us 2 people, only 2 or 3, even if they get us 2 people, we would be in 8 million votes. So I'm proud and grateful to God. Our leaders did the work. We worked with them. This time round, they owned the campaign, they owned the mobilization, and they took it as their own campaign. And because of that, definitely, nobody should even ask a question why NRM won.
Very interesting right there, playing with a strategy. Samson, if you can get into that particular conversation from there, it did boil down to strategy, it did boil down to grassroots structures, at least that is what I gather from my guest. Samson.
Tracy, tell your guest that there's a hardware shop very close to her place. It is called Owemamba Awanaye General Stores Limited. That sells a lot of hardware, and she will definitely know that shop that I'm talking about. But it is protecting the gains that the NRM is talking about. And quite a number of gains have happened, and those of us who've been around since 1986 do understand those gains. I'll give you basically an anecdote here. There was a very small kiosk called Foods and Beverages on Kajin House, and there was another called Fresh Foods, where you see Mabirizi Complex. Now, government was involved in selling biscuits, Malaika biscuits. Government was selling biscuits imported from Kenya. That's how small the country had become, that government had a shop selling biscuits and tea leaves. So when you see supermarkets in Bulindo, in Kitukutwe, there's a place called Kitukutwe. When you see supermarkets, large supermarkets in Kitukutwe and malls, NRM is saying Those are the gains, and they're here to protect those gains. But in addition to that as well, they are saying one of the pillars, pillar number 5, is economic and political integration of the East African community, deepening that integration and a single currency and political federation. I was driving from, I think it was Portugal to Spain. We went through a border and I didn't realize. Over the last weekend, I was going to and back from Nairobi. The hours we spent at the border trying to be processed East Africans, I think that's why the NRM is saying we have to smoothen that. I'd wait for a day in my lifetime when I am going to Nairobi and I go through the border and I didn't even notice that I went through the border. That's what we're looking for. If it can happen in Spain, it can happen here. And the president is saying that once we are together, then we bargain together, then it's a bigger market. Then all the economies of being a large economy, all the advantages of being a large economy. Is that the economies of scale that we're talking about? Maybe that's it. I'm not so sure I passed my economics very well. I was better with fine art. But I think I remember the economies of scale. But, as I told you and I've been telling you for some time, something is about to happen in your skyline. It is, Jesus told us, look up. But I'm now also telling you, look up. The NRM is telling you, look up. This is the time to be looking up because something is going to be happening in the sky. If you can't look up, there you go. I told you to look up. Didn't I tell you to look up? That's what I told you about. No, it's not Jesus returning. We are celebrating the swearing in. Let me give you a few moments to listen to what is happening. Tutunze chintu.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
You're gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confident.
There is no building for a broadcasting house in the whole of East Africa that has a broadcasting station that looks like that. It just is not there. We are the only ones here at the Next Media Park who have a broadcasting station that is Well, you're watching us live out of Next Media Park, the building that you just saw out there. And my name is Samson Kasumba, and I do have my colleague Tracy Kalsime here. And that's the building I was talking about out there, Next Media Park. There is no broadcasting in the whole. Oh, wow.
Well, there you have it, fireworks on the hills of Kampala, and we told you that there will be something in the skies tonight, and there you have it. It is Inauguration Eve in big style, and suddenly, if we're talking about technology, well, there you have it. It is the National Resistance Movement that is delivering inauguration festivities way ahead of time, and there you have it from a drone show that did feature quite a number of imagery that reinforces the protecting the gains message, but you also have fireworks going off as perhaps they conclude the previous term and wait the swearing in that will usher in the 7th term for the president-elect Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. That will be happening tomorrow, but that is certainly what you see in the clouds tonight. A whole spectacular display of drones and fireworks in their full glory. Now, we do not know where you're watching from, but you have certainly the luxury of enjoying this from your living room, courtesy of Afro Mobile. So go ahead and download it. If you haven't already, you have the luxury of also rewinding that and seeing exactly what perhaps you could have missed a couple of minutes ago. But it was quite the show on the hills of Kampala in the skies from what we saw, which perhaps is an indication of what the National Resistance Movement will be prioritizing in the 7th term. You talk about science and technology. We did see that imagery. We also did see powering the nation via the Karuma Dam and, of course, perhaps the extension of the electrification projects across the country. Will that be the case? We did see a display of the flag as well as the crested crane, but that continues. About a 15-minute show is exactly what they promised, and they are continuing to deliver on that particular one. And now it is not for the first time. It is happening for the first time here in the country, Uganda, and they did say at 8 p.m. tonight that is a special message from the president-elect thanking the 71.65% of the population that did trust him to protect the gains according to the manifesto that they did present to the population. And there you have it, fireworks on the hills of Kampala, full display as we await the swearing in of the president-elect tomorrow, May 12th. And of course, you'll be getting all of that detail right here on NBS Television all throughout the night and all throughout the day. That is exactly what we promised. We did also cover and are continuing to cover the arrival of the many dignitaries that have made it to the country. We're expecting about 4,000 plus individuals. And speaking of that, we also have heads of state that are already in the country. But what you see on your screens is a full display of fireworks. It's not New Year's. However, the National Resistance Movement is set to usher in the next term, next 5-year term, and that will be the 7th one of their kind. We will be taking a short break. We'll certainly be enjoying this full display. Let's take a moment to enjoy it.
Well, NRM has definitely put on a show, and you've got to give them credit, and they deserve it. And you give them their flowers. They went out there and thought, and Lady Dr. Rosemary Seninde was part of the organizing team of all this, and the NRM secretariat out there. Oh, there's still stuff in the sky. Like I was saying, you've got to give NRM their flowers because they deserve them. And I was saying, and I am still saying, that they went out there, a team sat to think, how do we make this different and special? And for the first time, you've never seen drones do that kind of show. But now we've started. The question is, can your grandfather's birthday hire these guys? Can your Rotary Club do this? So we are waiting to see who is going to pick this and take it to the next level. But the truth of the matter is we are coming to you live from Next Media Park. That building may look like AI, but it is not AI. It is a real building. You get time and come to Naguru. You will definitely see that building. But I can tell you, I want to hand you over to Tracy Kansime. But in my 52 years of life here in Uganda, Tinka Chirebaga.
There's always a first time for everything. Now, it is certainly one to remember. And of course, there you have it for our technology-driven country, at least where we're going. Well, this is perhaps an indication of where we will be. I am still with the Honourables Mike Sebalu and Rosemary Seninde. We're talking about a conversation of how the National Resistance Movement will be ushering in this particular seventh term, what will be a priority in terms of the agenda, but also we're speaking about exactly what the mood is in the country and, of course, what the plans are to have everyone on board even as we prepare. It is swearing in eve, and I'm still going to definitely come back to you, Honourable Rosemary. This, display, the vision, audio display that we've just seen. Take us through perhaps how we got here in terms of the planning. You got this. So we want to get into the thought process. What was the true intents and purposes of this display that we just seen?
Okay, first of all, allow me to thank the people of Uganda who have shown enthusiasm to actually watch this show. And of course, we cannot forget that after winning with 71.6%, was really something we need to thank God for and to thank the people of Uganda for. I remember it was in 1996 when we last got 76%. So it is a number of years, and of course, we thank God that it has really shown that the people of Uganda are giving more support and appreciate the contributions of His Excellency the President and the NRM party. So we thought, as we go to have our President swear in and celebrate the victory, something new really needed to be done. It shouldn't be business as usual. So we thought we needed to come up with something new. This drone show is something new in Uganda. By the way, I must be very honest. I have never seen it in my life. This was equally my first time. But when we thought about it, we thought about the fireworks. But fireworks are the traditional things that we have all seen and known. But we had to go on the internet to find out what other new things that can be done different from only fireworks. And that is how we got here. So because we were trying to think, we are trying to be innovative. The president has from time and again promoted technology, people getting involved in technology, because through technology we can develop our country, we can develop ourselves. So we thought we needed to do something that really can bring in that message.
The element.
But in addition, I know this show was very short. Remember, it's the first of its kind in Uganda. So it was very short, but we now had to look for a message. What is the best message that would match what we are going for? We are going for a swearing in of our president and celebrating the victory. But when we look at the campaign, and what Ugandans entrusted us with was the message we gave them. The message was about protecting the games. And because we gave them a message that gave them hope, we realized that if we are to do something through technology, it has to be about protecting the games. So that is why we came up with the message you have seen, dear Ugandans. We have shown the dam. Those are some of the games. Actually, I'm so sad that it was short. But otherwise, if we had to take so many hours, we would have shown all the gains that we have been able to achieve as a country. But because it was short, we picked a few. We said, let's show the dam, let's show the airlines, let's show the Chira motors. So I'm so excited that for the first time this has come. And there was somebody who was making a comment that, how will you make a show of this kind? Because other countries have shown, Dubai has shown, America is showing, the UK is showing. But we must not forget that you start small.
Baby steps.
You start small, step by step. We have started small, and next time better.
Absolutely. We'll definitely pick up on that. Honorable, before we suddenly take a quick break, I want to understand, beyond what we've just experienced right there, which is, of course, the drone show. They say it's the first of its kind here in the country. Let's speak about what particularly about this analogy should we pick in terms of how the national resistance movement will be moving forward? What's new? What are you bringing to the table? Just like this particular, show that we've just experienced, what exciting thing is coming in the next 5 years?
Okay, thank you very much. Before I go into that, I just want our viewers to know that we are demonstrating technology in practice. We've talked about it. We are now demonstrating it. And I would like to thank the people behind that. And to my very good friend and brother, Samson, there are moments when he can get shy. He's been talking about this building, it is not anywhere. Simply say it is part of the gains we are protecting. Now, regarding the future is in technology. And I think there are areas we need to look at very seriously as a country, because at the end of the day, leadership is not cosmetic. Leadership is about transforming the lives of the people, making them better. We need to be better. We need to do good and better. And for that, the NRM is steadfast. There are those areas where we're really going to put great emphasis. One, the area of industrialization. And the president went around the whole country talking about industrial parks, and this is going to be supported by a mantra of diversity, equity, and inclusion, so that all parts of the country should be able to partake of industrialization in areas that are most relevant to those particular areas. That is number one. Then infrastructure development. The roads are getting fixed. You're talking of the airline, you're talking of the road, the railway, you are talking about airport in Mbarara. Infrastructure is on top of the agenda, because if you are transformed, then you also need to look at the area of infrastructure as a strategic area. Now, technology, we've demonstrated Chira Motors is doing good, and many aspects of that are being implemented. Service delivery. service delivery in terms of education, health, and all aspects of the service sector. They are going to be enhanced. We are going to consolidate what is already in place, but open new ground and take it to another level. But more importantly, for you to appreciate that the country is growing, that is most reflected in the welfare of the people. And that is best appreciated when the household income is fixed. And that's where now the president and the government is working on the parish development model, among other interventions that will have the effect of increasing household income, so that then people can also afford and partake of those aspects of life that make them enjoy better quality life. So that, in a nutshell, among the broader perspective of the transformation agenda as we leap into a middle income status.
Absolutely. Many thanks, Honorable Mike Sevaru, and of course, Honorable Rosemary Seninde. It's quite a conversation, and we're particularly talking about this because it is Inauguration Eve here in the country, and we're looking at how we got to 71.65% of that vote. President-elect Yoweri Museveni will be swearing in tomorrow. It is, of course, the extensive broadcast of the swearing in. Starting off, of course, with that particular, visual show. We did have the drone show, but for now, it is time for Live at Night. Let's now cross over to Victoria Sabia.
NBS Live at 9.
Uganda will be having a new president by this time tomorrow, 12th May 2026. That will be live here on NBS Live at 9. We come to you live from Kololo, and we shall be showing you how that event proceeds. But what do the events happen today look like? The red carpets, the blue carpets, the green carpets, and the yellow carpets suddenly are what describe Kololo. But what exactly do the events reveal? Victoria Sibia.
Well, quite an exciting night of fireworks and drone works. Did you know that Uganda has just become one of the 5 African countries to actually put up a drone show? Well, quite an exciting one. Meanwhile, let's get to the headlines. NBS Live at 9 starts now.
No more counting down. The president-elect Yoweri Museveni to be sworn in hours from now. Several dignitaries, including heads of state, arrive for the swearing in. Preparations for the swearing in hit their climax at Koro ceremonial grounds. Police assures Ugandans of security before, during, and after the swearing in.
This is NBS Live at 9 with Victoria Sibia, Samson Kasumba, and Kanari Mugume.
Welcome to NBS Live at 9. I'm coming to you live from the VVIP airport here in Entebbe, bringing you updates on the arrivals of the different heads of state and governments. Now, with just hours of the presidential swearing-in ceremony, all eyes are on Kololo Independence Grounds as final touches and heightened security sweeps across the entire city. And they do still continue with paratroopers in the skies and Special Forces Command carrying out drills ahead of the day at the venue. Take a look.
The transformation of Kololo Independence Grounds ahead of Tuesday's presidential swearing-in is complete. The venue has been draped with the national colours, with flags from across the continent already hoisted and catching the breeze. Security is at a high watermark, with specialised units, including the SFC police, showing presence. At the heart of the grounds, the main dais is being finalised. This is where the Chief Justice will preside over the transfer of power. In a symbolic ritual, the president-elect will be handed the instruments of authority, including the Constitution, the national flag, the presidential standard flag, the coat of arms, and the national seal. High-ranking officials, led by Vice President Jessica Alupo and the Chief Justice, spent the day conducting walkthroughs and rehearsals. A final coordination meeting was chaired by the Permanent Secretary in the office of the President, Yunus Kakande, to iron out the last logistical details. National Treasurer to the ruling National Resistance Movement, Barbara Nekesa, stated that all is well for the swearing-in ceremony and that the Kololo Independence grounds have been secured for use.
Given the nature of the event, there is a certain level of decorum that we want to maintain.
The energy here is palpable. Above the airstrip, the UPDF Air Force has been conducting final rehearsals with paratroopers performing precision drops, trailing flags through the sky to the cheers of workers below. While technicians test the sound systems and metal workers secure the final barriers, the Uganda Media Center and security spokesperson have confirmed that all systems are fine-tuned for safety of the population.
And to Ugandans across the country, the real public holiday is tomorrow. If you dodged work today, togamba anti-government yatugambye. The real public holiday is tomorrow. Enjoy yourselves in this peaceful country wherever you are. Enjoy it on television. Enjoy it with your family. Enjoy it with your friends, so that we continue to celebrate another very important milestone in the democracy of this country.
I would like to inform you that we shall be very, very strict on the issue of timings. We would request that by 7 a.m., I beg your pardon, we should be checking in. We shall only check in up to around 8:30.
We now speak to our political reporter, Shamim Nawakoza, who is at Kololo airstrip ahead of the final preparations of the swearing-in. Shamim, what is the situation like on ground ahead of tomorrow's function?
Canary, indeed, I'm coming to you live from Kololo Independence Grounds, where we are broadcasting live. Here is where the main event will be happening, but we can be certain to tell you that preparations are indeed concluded at this particular time. The tent that will be hosting the heads of state that will be visiting, or that will be part of the function for Uganda tomorrow, has been cleared, and it has been entirely been set with the chairs set entirely. The green carpet has been set for them, but also it hosts the red carpets that are within there. I can be also sure to tell you that that dice that hosts the actual event, which is for swearing in of a president, which is that very tent that you're able to see quite in the back, which is a little higher than all the tents here in Kololo, and in the middle where the actual handover of power from the Chief Justice to the president-elect happens, has also now been fully mounted, with also the glasses, which are bulletproof, also already mounted there. So that particular area has already been set. The tent that will also host other delegates has also been set entirely, and you can be able to see that the flags are still flying high for all the states that will be celebrating with Uganda this particular day, which we are letting you in. I can be sure to tell you that the cleaning of this particular area still goes on, because the conclusion of the events of preparations left a little things dirty a bit, and so the cleaning still continues. And also what is critical for us to let the viewers of NBS Television know is that there has been a security sweep here in Kololo that took about 3 hours, beginning about 6 p.m. and until about 8:30 when we accessed this particular venue. It was not an easy area for us to access, because even these individuals you see that are helping on the environment in Kololo to ensure that it's clean did not have access. All of them were outside Kololo Independence Grounds, because security was conducting the maximum of security surveillance within the area and the premises, and every other equipment that is within Kololo here to ensure that security is indeed to the safest of what is expected of them to be sure to do. What we can be also sure to let you in, for you to understand, is that environments or area like this, where I'm coming to you live from, where the pavilion is in Kololo, for those that have been here, will be hosting most of the other delegates that are not the most dignified, if you like to call them, but not so. Those delegates that are not heads of state, those delegates that are not heads of missions, and so those will be sitting on this particular side of the area, because every other Ugandan who will be able to access here will also be able to sit in this area. We can be sure to tell you that cars are not in position at this particular point to enter Kololo, except those cars that will have the stickers at that particular time in the morning, about 7 a.m. Those that are accredited to be here will also be able to access, and the access maintains to be only the main access at the gate, as the first access from Nyonyi Gardens is only restricted to a president-elect to be coming in at that particular time, and the other gate, which comes from Potea, is closed to any other individuals except the delegates that will be coming to celebrate with the president-elect and also to celebrate with the people of Uganda here. And that remains to be the current environment here in Kololo, where we're coming to you live from. And so we can be sure to tell you that indeed the preparations are set and everything is really in place to ensure that the event happens as expected to happen. By 7 a.m., many individuals, including the media, will be expected to be already here in this particular area at Kololo. Back to you, Canary.
Thank you very much, Shamim, for that update. Indeed, it's going to be quite an event. Now, talking about security, police have called for calm amongst the members of the public following the deployment of security personnel in different parts of Kampala and surrounding areas ahead of tomorrow's presidential swearing-in ceremony. According to police, the deployment is aimed at strengthening security as the country prepares to host several delegates and dignitaries from across the world expected to attend the event.
Police spokesperson Rusoke Kituma says the increased presence of security forces should not cause panic, but instead assure the public of their safety during the celebrations.
What you see as a heightened security posture is in the interest of all of us, and also to ensure that as we have so many guests who are coming in, and certainly having a very, very important national occasion, there is total security and also orderliness. So let people have no worries about our heightened security.
Kituma also urged motorists and revelers to act responsibly, warning against drinking and driving. He says police operations will be intensified throughout the city, and anyone found breaking the law will be arrested and detained.
You know, when people know that there is a public holiday, they sometimes descend into some kind of celebratory mode. So others end up drinking very heavily and taking to the wheels, forgetting that we have heavily deployed. Yeah, and that's when they come into contact with our traffic officers, and some ending up in trouble. So the most important thing, let there be respect for traffic regulations, coordination with our troops on ground, and then the rest will go on well.
Authorities say the operations are intended to maintain peace, protect citizens, and ensure the safety of international guests arriving for the swearing-in ceremony.
There are specific traffic regulations that we are putting in place, and also visibility to ensure that nothing goes wrong on the side of general security. There is no threat. But what is important is people to cooperate with us as we navigate through this very important occasion of the swearing-in.
Police have further called on the public to cooperate with security teams and report any suspicious activity as the country prepares for tomorrow's event.
Entebbe International Airport's VVIP section buzzed with high-level diplomatic activity today as heads of state and delegations from across Africa arrived ahead of President Yoweri Museveni's swearing-in ceremony scheduled for May 12th at Kololo Independence Grounds. The arrivals lent a sense of grandeur and regional importance to the occasion. Red carpets, military honor guards and national flags welcomed the visiting delegations, while tight security and coordinated logistics ensured smooth operations as Uganda hosted leaders from the continent for the start of Museveni's new elective term. Among the early arrivals was South Sudan President Salva Kiir Mayardit, who arrived yesterday. Rwandan Prime Minister Justin Nsengiyumva represented his country, Rwanda. Other leaders of delegations included the Vice President of Zimbabwe, who was welcomed by DP President General Norbert Mao, Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea Manuel Ossa Nsuansua, President of Sahrawi Ibrahim Gali, Executive Secretary of IGAD, Dr. Wokne Gebeyehu, Vice President of Zimbabwe, retired General Constantino Chiwenga, President of Ethiopia Tai Atske, the President of Democratic Republic of Congo, Congo, Felix Tshisekedi, President of Somalia, Hassan Sheikh Mohamud. Government have confirmed about 15 heads of state and numerous international delegations that are expected, transforming Entebbe into a major diplomatic hub. Airport authorities implemented enhanced measures and temporary arrangements to handle the surge in VIP traffic. Tomorrow's swearing-in ceremony at Koro Independence Grounds is projected to draw thousands of guests. The event will include military displays and formal administration of the presidential oath by the Chief Justice. As more delegations arrive, the ceremony isn't just a swearing-in event, but also stands as a national milestone for Uganda and a demonstration of regional solidarity, diplomatic engagement, and ongoing cooperation among African states. All right, we're still on the swearing-in of President Yoweri Museveni that is going to be taking place tomorrow. Let me hand you back to the Political Command Center where Victoria Subia is on standby. Take us through the next phase.
Well, thank you so much, Connery, for that. But, you know, there's quite an important office that we're going to be looking at, and that is the office of the Chief Justice. And over the years, several Chief Justices have come in to swear in the incoming president, that is. And let's start it off there with some of the presidents that are quite prominent, or rather the Chief Justices that are quite prominent, such as Justice Peter Allen, who presided over Museveni's first swearing-in ceremony, and this was in January of 1986. Now, Allen was also a British expatriate judge who had been appointed Chief Justice in 1985, just a couple of years prior to that, by the military government of General Tito Okello after he overthrew the former president Milton Obote. And on the other hand, we also have from 1996, the 12th of May, Justice Samuel Wako Wambuzi, who was also a Chief Justice who's sworn in the president over there, who presided over Museveni's second inauguration in 1996, following Uganda's first presidential election under the movement system, that is. The next Chief Justice we look at there is Chief Justice Benjamin Odoki, 2001, 2006, and 2011 general elections, making him the Chief Justice who has sworn in Museveni the most times, that is about 3 times, of course. And then also we have Justice Bart Katurebe, who was in 2016 presiding over the swearing in of President Museveni. Meanwhile, you should know that this is quite an important office because they get to bring in or administer the oath for the president. In 2021, Justice Alphonse Owindolo, we knew his tenure, of course, so you might already know about that. That's in 2021. The ceremony marked the beginning of Museveni's 6th elected term following the 2021 general elections. Now, currently, let's come into what is happening now in 2026. Dr. Flavian Zeja, who is the current Chief Justice, will be the one to administer the oath and will be the one to present the president. He'll be presiding over the swearing-in ceremony for the 7th term tomorrow. Now, Chief Justice Zeja became Chief Justice on the 24th of January 2026, succeeding Alphonse Owindolo, which is quite recent. Those are the Chief Justices that we've had over the years. And now let's move on and see who else matters, especially when it comes to the ceremony tomorrow. Now, looking over there, some of the people that actually, important people that matter, Her Excellency Jessica Olupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, who's the Director of Ceremonies. And she will be there to receive the President-elect, of course, to invite then the Chairperson, Electoral Commission, to proceed to the swearing-in podium. On the other hand, that's another person that is important. Rather, we're looking at Justice Simon Byabakama, chairperson of the Electoral Commission. Quite an important person, of course, throughout the election and also coming up to right now for the ceremony. He will be there to invite the president-elect to proceed the swearing-in podium, to also introduce the president-elect to the nation, that is to you and me, and to invite his lordship, the Chief Justice, to proceed to the swearing-in podium to administer the oath of allegiance and the oath of president to the president-elect, that is. Those are two different oaths that the president will be taking on tomorrow, of course, administered by the Chief Justice. On the other hand, talking about the Chief Justice, he is another important person to look out for, especially for tomorrow. He will preside over the swearing-in. He's the Chief Justice, will also hand over one by one the instruments of power of the public of Uganda to the president. Quite an important person. His Lordship Justice Dr. Flavian Zeja will be looking very closely to see how those particular proceedings will be going. But right now, let's come back to you, Connery, who is currently at Entebbe. What is happening on your side?
Well, thanks, Bia. Only a few hours left before the swearing-in of President-elect at Kolo ceremonial grounds. The swearing-in ceremony officially marks the transfer of leadership in the country. Now, while the focus is on the celebrations, there are key details behind the event, including the most important guest and who is last to arrive and first to leave, yet without whom the ceremony cannot proceed, and the presidential oath that solidifies the victory of the elected candidate. Take a look.
At the swearing-in ceremony, many activities are involved in making the event. But even before the main ceremony begins, there are traditions and procedures that must first take place. Martin Busulwa, a journalist who has covered several swearing-in ceremonies, explains some of the preparations before the actual oath taking place.
Because for swearing-in to take place, the High Court or the judiciary must declare that there is no petition against an elected president.
Constitutionally, the Chief Justice administers the oath, which signifies the end and the beginning of a new term in office. The presidential oath is key, as it is significant towards the day's proceedings.
2026, but not only him, it also brings to the end the tenure of all ministers. So it means by tomorrow midnight, ministers will no longer be current cabinet ministers or state ministers.
Apart from the invited guests arriving on time, on the swearing-in day, there is a special guest who is very important and often overlooked. His arrival is key to the process. Because of their importance, the national flags are transported to the venue under tight security to ensure nothing stops them from arriving on time. Thus, every 5 years, they get new cars.
You'll see flags being escorted on two new Land Cruisers headed by military police, a motorcycle. That's a befitting respect of the symbols of the nation, and that is called the color party.
Because the incumbent is returning to office, some aspects of the transfer of power process may not take place, although certain traditions cannot be skipped. And here, the new manifesto is immediately adopted.
So that means the manifesto of 2031, 2036, that will leap our economy into a middle-income status, and beyond the middle-income status, starts to work tomorrow.
The military parade proceeds with the national flags in the march. This is meant to demonstrate Ugandans that armed forces are capable of protecting the country. After all is done, the officials responsible for the flags then escort them away. These national flags are never blocked or obstructed, even by the president himself, symbolizing that no one is above or allowed to disrespect them.
Legal experts have pointed out gaps in the law governing the transition of power in Uganda, warning that the country could face a constitutional crisis if the law is not amended. According to the constitution, the president serves a 5-year term which expires on the 11th of May, while swearing-in of the next president usually takes place on the 12th of May. This creates a gap of more than 10 hours during which the country technically has no president in office, something lawyers warn is dangerous for a country.
Under Article 105 of the Constitution, a person elected as president holds office for a term of 5 years, and once it expires, he or she is required to hand over power to the duly elected successor. In Uganda, a newly elected president is usually sworn in on May 12th, as the outgoing president's term of office officially ends on May 11th, exactly 5 years after assuming office. This means that between May 11th and May 12th, before the new president is sworn in, there are several hours during which the country has no president, creating a vacuum in national leadership.
Because the outgoing president no longer has powers to do anything as president. The incoming has not assumed office, he doesn't have powers. There is a 24-hour gap.
Although this period may appear short, legal experts argue that it exposes the country to danger, especially in situations where urgent presidential decisions may be required.
Just in case something happened, a state of emergency, it's the president who is supposed to declare a state of emergency. If his term has already ended, how will he declare the state of emergency?
Which can easily create problems for the country, especially since you don't even provide how the new one is to take over.
The lawyers say the situation has not attracted much attention because Uganda has never experienced a transfer of power from one president to another, as the same president has remained in office for decades.
But if it was to be a new president coming in and the outgoing president is reluctant to hand over power, you would have a crisis. Because by what authority would the new president force his way in?
Unfortunately, in Uganda, because you are moving from 7 to 7, he has, with his people, stopped and frustrated any effort to create a law on transition.
There is always a president. The current one sits as a president until the newly sworn in president starts the work after being sworn in. So there is no vacuum.
Information Minister Dr. Chris Baryomunsi admits that the law governing presidential transition contains a loophole and may require amendments.
So probably the gap or the time when there would be no president between midnight and maybe 8 a.m. the following day. Well, maybe that needs to be chewed through a legislation to provide for that transition period.
However, Baryomunsi says the matter should not cause alarm, neither does it need urgent attention, as government institutions can still coordinate and handle national affairs, even if the president's term has expired before the next leader is sworn in.
There are more serious issues to address than that one. While that one is an issue, yes, but it's not something which is urgent that should cause us have sleepless nights. Because like in the case of the president, we are saying from midnight to maybe the following day, 8 a.m. If there was anything, still it would be managed because the government is still there.
The concerns are not limited to the presidency alone. Under the law governing parliament, the term of members of parliament begins on the day parliament holds its first sitting. However, often before such happens, new members have to be sworn in, exposing the country to 2 parliaments in existence, as the outgoing members of parliament are technically still in office.
Now, the instruments of power that will be handed over to the president-elect according to the Constitution of Uganda, and these include, number one, the Constitution, the national Constitution will be handed over to the president-elect and who will then become president. And then we have the national flag as standard. That one has to be there. And then we have the presidential standard flag. And then the national anthem. But then we also have the national coats of arms. And then lastly, we have the public seal. The country awaits the swearing-in of President Yoweri Museveni. Debate has intensified over what should define his next term in office, with political analysts and commentators urging him to prioritize the fight against corruption, which they describe as the root cause of many Uganda's economic governance challenges. But others argue that after decades in power, Museveni and his government may no longer have the capacity to deliver meaningful reforms, a claim strongly rejected by the NRM.
Tuesday is expected to be a significant day at Kololo ceremonial grounds as Yoweri Museveni is sworn in for another term as president of Uganda. When the NRM took power in 1986, it unveiled a 10-point program centered on fighting corruption, strengthening democracy and transforming the economy. However, political analysts say many of the challenges the program sought to address remain unresolved decades later. Analysts argue that corruption remains at the center of many of Uganda's problems, including the rising public debt burden, claiming borrowed funds are often mismanaged instead of supporting key development priorities. Some critics say corruption has become deeply embedded within government systems and policies.
So the shortfalls we see in roads, in health, in agriculture, in the energy sector are partly linked to the big debt, which, as I've said, is partly being driven by corruption. Every time government wants to do something of $1 billion, it becomes 3 billion. Then you go borrowing.
He needs to ensure that we stamp out corruption, and starts with him.
Opposition politicians, however, question whether Museveni, after 4 decades in power, still has the capacity to effectively tackle corruption and reduce what they described as wasteful government expenditure.
We wouldn't expect much from Mr. Museveni to fight corruption, because corruption is the oil and the engine of his governance. So those who think he can fight corruption are deceiving themselves. We passed a supplementary budget, but if you look at where the money is going, at Yak Sugar, see the money they have put in a day farmer, the money in Iruboa. If you look at the money that is allocated to State House, compared to the money that is allocated to agriculture.
Critics are also calling for reduced public spending, pointing to the large number of ministers and presidential advisors facilitated through borrowed funds.
To ensure that we put money where it matters and stop corruption. By him openly the other days saying MPs, you deserve 100 million when there are no drugs in hospitals, the roads in Kampala are blocked.
He needs to get back on the drawing board and say this is not going to be business as usual. Line by line of the government budget, what should we remove? And then what other aspects of the government should we remove?
Some opposition figures say it is time for Museveni to peacefully hand over power after decades in leadership.
Let him resign and hand over power.
He also needs to hand over the military. You cannot have a military that is fused with the state.
The NRM, however, defends Museveni's record, crediting him for maintaining peace, driving development and improving access to education and health care.
There are things we have done well, and everybody is proud about, including the members of the opposition. But there are areas where we are still struggling. We are making our efforts, but we haven't reached where we must reach. I want to assure you that the president has promised that this coming administration, people must tighten their belts, because you are going to see heads begin to roll.
Outgoing government chief whip Hamson Oboa says northern Uganda has significantly transformed under Museveni's leadership, moving from years of conflict and poor infrastructure to improved stability and road networks.
You like it or not, peace. I speak as a victim and a survivor of an armed conflict. And I know that this country has gone through a lot. One thing that we don't talk about is to emphasize the political history of Uganda. Ugandans do not understand where we came from.
Despite the achievements highlighted by government supporters, analysts say major concerns including corruption, public debt, poverty, unemployment, human rights and governance challenges remain unresolved. While the NRM says it has implemented 54% of its 2021-2026 manifesto commitments, questions remain over whether pending pledges and new promises in the coming term will be fully delivered.
We now speak to our political reporter, Adam Mayambala. Adam, what are the analysts saying? That what should the president actually prioritize in his new term, and can they deliver it?
The NRM manifesto has 7 key pillars, and I'll give you 3. 1 is peace and security, which is paramount for the rest. Number 2 is wealth creation, where we have the NRM flagship program, the parish development model, and the Myoga to help convert poverty and unemployment. Number 3 is development, where we have social and economic infrastructure. Now, the president thinks that when the oil revenues start coming in later this year, it will help finance some of the projects and the promises during the campaign.
Thank you very much, Adam. Well, that's all we had for you here from the Entebbe International Airport, VVIP Airport. Just a couple of minutes ago, before we went for NBS Live at 9, we saw the arrival of the president of Togo, who came in with his delegations. And we do expect other heads of state to do arrive later on up to midnight, and others very, very early in the morning or the wee hours of Tuesday morning. Well, let's continue with the broadcast on NBS Live at 9. I'll hand you back over to Victoria Sabia at the Political Command Center.
Connery coming there from the VIP section. I would like to be like you when I grow up, but thank you so much for that. Meanwhile, we'd love to get your feedback. It's about that time.
Feedback brought to you by.
They are designed to support your growth. Visit absa.co.ug for personal loans that help where it matters. ABSA, your story matters.
Well, we asked a very simple question, if we may, there. We asked, share with us the issues that you want the president to handle immediately after the swearing in. That's the question we asked. Bainan says youth unemployment. Uganda having one of the youngest population in the world, you find youths really struggling to be employed. PDM alone is not enough. So His Excellency needs to expand industries, entrepreneurship, training and digital skills to accommodate some of these youths, and also health care. That's Binan's opinion. He continues to say the president needs to appoint new faces of ministers in his cabinet. Ugandans are tired of the fishermen and women who are in his current cabinet. They have taken a lot from ordinary citizens with what is meant for them corruption. Quite an opinionated Binan over there. Thomas Obita says the president should begin by arresting the corrupt, particularly in Parliament of Uganda, which stinks with corruption. Thereafter, he should embark on road maintenance across the country.
More to come, brought to you by
blended pure vegetable cooking oil, second best to a mother's love.
Thank you so much for your feedback. That was quite interesting and opinionated, if I should say. But in more to come, the National Resistance Movement has hosted delegations from the Sudan People's Liberation Movement. And that story will be coming up after this.
In a world that's always changing, the foundations of trust must stay strong. For over 60 years, we've built the minds that build trust, shaping the professionals who carry confidence into boardrooms, communities, and lives. Because trust doesn't happen by chance, it's built, tested, and taught. As the world moves forward, so do we, blending data, innovation, and human insight to prepare the next generation of industry leaders. Insurance Training College in Uganda, enhancing professionalism.
There's a new way to keep your breath fresh all day. Introducing Movit All Day Toothpaste, meant to give you powerful night gum defense and teeth whitening. The charcoal flavor gives you deep cleansing and power stain removal. And the herbal delivers natural strength for healthy, confident smiles. Choose Movit All Day Toothpaste and enjoy freshness all day.
Carrying cash can be stressful. The I&M Bank multi-currency prepaid card makes paying smart and simple. Load and spend confidently in 9 currencies: Ugandan shilling, Kenyan shilling, Tanzanian shilling, Rwandan franc, Indian rupees, United States dollar, British pound, euro, and South African rand. Enjoy safe, simple payments wherever you go. The I&M Bank multi-currency prepaid card is open to everyone, whether you have an I&M Bank account or not. Get yours today and pay confidently worldwide in 9 currencies.
I&M Bank Uganda Limited is regulated by Bank of Uganda. Customer deposits are protected by the Deposit Protection Fund up to 10 million shillings. Terms and conditions apply.
I&M Bank, on your side.
In a fast-moving world, why are we still stuck with paperwork? Signing here, stamping there, moving from office to office. It's exhausting. Now, there's a better way. With UG Pass, you can securely prove your identity, sign documents, and access government services anytime, anywhere. No delays, no stress. Everything is instant, safe, secure, and government-backed. UG Pass, your identity secured. Available in the Apple App Store and Google Play Store. UG Pass is a product of Nita Uganda.
New Tusker Premium Cider. Crisp, delicious apples crushed and blended to create a unique taste explosion.
The management of COFTU, Uganda Markets and Allied, Employees Union, Deputy Presidential Advisor on Markets, Juakali, Meat Packers, Tax Operators, Border Riders, and all informal sector, we warmly and respectfully congratulate His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, upon the historical milestone of his swearing in for a 7th term of office. We equally extend our heartfelt congratulations to the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, for her continued support, dedication, and contribution to the development and sustainability of our nation. Special congratulations are also extended to the Chief of Defense Forces for the continued commitment to peace, security, and patriotism in safeguarding Uganda's sovereignty and progress. This remarkable achievement reflects the confidence and trust that the people of Uganda continue to place in your leadership, vision, and commitment to socio-economic transformation, unity, peace, and prosperity. As stakeholders in the markets and informal sector, we appreciate the government's continued efforts towards empowering traders, workers, youth, women, and small-scale entrepreneurs across the country. May the Almighty God continue to grant you wisdom, strength, good health, and guidance as you lead Uganda into prosperity. Long live Uganda. Long live His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda.
And that's it for today. Till the next episode.
Like a daily bando, like a daily bando, like a daily bando. Omuli dongo ulira muli mumutima kukankana like drums. Kalakata, kalakata, elendongo ya kusabula. We gonna do free of fire, free of fire, free of fire.
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us here on NBS Live at 9. We're talking all things swearing in leading up to tomorrow. Now, the National Resistance Movement, the ruling party, has hosted delegations from Sudan People's Liberation Movement and signed a cooperation agreement focused on supporting each other in areas of mutual interests. The delegation, led by Secretary General Akop Paul Kodit, forms part of the South Sudanese team in Uganda ahead of Tuesday's presidential swearing-in ceremony.
A delegation led by senior National Resistance Movement officials headed by Secretary General Richard Todwong received a team comprising leaders of South Sudan's ruling party and officials from the South Sudanese embassy in Uganda. After signing the cooperation agreement, key among the issues discussed were the continued insecurity incidents reported by Ugandan traders operating in the neighboring country.
If you go back to our previous history, South Sudan and Uganda, we've been facing challenges, but we've been working together also to aid each other and support each other. This MOU is actually meant to strengthen and enhance that. It leads to more stability, more peace in two countries, consolidation of peace is stability that is concluded with prosperity.
When you're operating in another country, you need to abide with the rules and regulations of that particular country. Even for the NRM members who have been calling me for meetings in South Sudan, I've always advised them to seek permission from the host country whether we can have another meeting of another political party in a jurisdiction which is not ours. So yes, some of the incidents that we have been registering and recording were out of indiscipline of individuals.
With South Sudan expected to head to the polls later this year amid concerns about the country's history of political unrest, Kodit assured his Ugandan counterparts that South Sudan is ready for the elections.
But His Excellency Comrade Salva Kiir Mayardit did his best, and we want to tell you major progress has been made, and the country will be ready for election in December 2026. But we also need to underline that process of democratization is not a linear process.
On the sidelines of the meeting, the National Resistance Movement Director of Communications, Emmanuel Dombo, told the media that part of the visit was aimed at benchmarking the party's internal electoral processes, particularly how the NRM conducted its recent concluded primaries.
I've talked about areas of internal elections and wondered how we successfully organize our elections. They have wanted some expert opinion, and I know here Dr. Tango Doya and his team may soon be going to South Sudan to go and either empower them, equip them, or the Secretary General may invite their team to come here, first of all to benchmark on what we are doing.
Shortly after, a delegation from Algeria's National Liberation Front also visited the party headquarters where discussions focused on issues of common interest. The NRM leadership says more similar delegations will continue to be hosted even after tomorrow's swearing-in ceremony as the party strengthens bilateral inter-party relations.
Now, back here at home, excitement has gripped NRM leaders in Tororo district, the best performing district for the ruling party in Bukedi sub-region. After delivering, of course, at the 77.4% of the vote in the recent general elections, the leaders say the overwhelming support reflects confidence in the president's leadership, but also comes with growing expectations for improved service infrastructure and a lasting solution to the Tororo district division question.
Exactly 7 a.m., Toro NRM leaders had started arriving at the party offices to depart for Kampala ahead of President Museveni's swearing-in ceremony tomorrow. The group, many dressed in yellow attire, could not hide their excitement, saying they could not afford to miss witnessing President Museveni begin his 7th elective term in office.
They are excited for the swearing-in of His Excellency. This executive worked very, very hard to ensure Tororo got 7.4%.
We haven't been left out. The president has been overlooking at the Gen Zs a lot, whereby we have been given PDM and so on.
In the recent general elections, Tororo emerged as the best performing district for President Museveni in Bukedi sub-region after giving him 77.4% of the vote. This overwhelming support, according to the leaders, was driven by fulfillment of key government pledges and ongoing development programs.
There is a continued confidence in his leadership because of the stability, because of the unity that he has demonstrated with the other initiatives that he has come up with that want to bring the ordinary people out of poverty.
However, the leaders say this strong support comes with high expectations from the people of Tororo, especially in the areas of infrastructure, youth employment, health services, and resolving the district division question.
What Tororo people want and why they voted wholesomely is the division of the districts that was proposed by His Excellency the President and giving them a city. So everybody is only waiting when is the district starting.
Now Nagongora Road, for a very long time, the President has been promising and not fulfilling. I am sure that with these results, we can now be on the same table and ask him to do more than what he has been doing for Tororo.
With district party leaders already in Kampala for the main celebrations, they say preparations are also underway in Tororo for what they described as massive local celebrations to mark President Museveni's swearing in tomorrow.
Outspoken leaders over there from Tororo. Now, leaders and residents in Kabale district have applauded the NRM government for fulfilling its 2021 campaign manifesto and maintaining stable governance. Their appreciation comes ahead of President Museveni's swearing in. Kabale district has for many years remained a stronghold of the national resistance movement, and in the just concluded elections, he won the district by 96%.
Robert Kakuru, a resident of Kabale town, says the NRM government has made consistent progress in implementing its manifesto, noting that performance levels in Kabale district have ranged between 65 and 80%. He explains that several projects promised to residents, including improvements in road infrastructure, have been honored.
NRM has been implementing, having steady implementation progress on its manifesto, the social contract with its people. Performance of its manifesto has been usually between 65 and 80%.
Kakuru, however, urges the government to ensure proper enforcement of laws during the next 5 years and to deliver on its remaining pledges in the new term.
The 5 years of NRM, what we expect to see is proper enforcement of existing laws. Without really the forthcoming government using selective implementation of the law.
Meanwhile, NRM cadre Samar Naito says the ruling party has made notable progress in reducing household poverty through the parish development model. He added that the improved Kabale central market has helped strengthen the economy of Kabale municipality and boosted business activities in the area.
It is within this last Sanja that our central market was completed, having a better facility where people are operating in a modern market, regardless of the future challenges there, but we really want to appreciate.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Zeha Namialo, Senior Presidential Advisor, Political Affairs, Managing Officer of the National Chairman. So kuwebaza okulonda bana Uganda mwina, okulonda President wa Fayure Kakta Museveni, the newly elected president. And next one.
Start something new, something uplifting, something so effortless and golden. A thirst-quenching burst of sweetness and malty flavor. So rich and full of memories. It's 100% taste, zero alcohol. Try it. Savor it. Feel it elevate every moment. Sip after sip, gulp after gulp. After all, life's about turning ordinary thrills into golden chills.
Start something malty with the new Evervest Malt Apple and Pineapple. Try the burst of sweetness and malty flavor. It's 100% taste, zero alcohol. Available in a shop or supermarket near you. Evervest Malt. Make every moment golden. Evervest Malt is from the makers of PepsiCo.
Your uncle wants you to get a loan. He says you should buy a beamer to stop embarrassing him in front of his friends with your malnourished car, that you should buy one of those expensive shirts they call verses, so that people stop spreading rumors that his family has no style. That you need an iPhone because he's tired of biting his tongue whenever he tries to pronounce that funny thing you're holding. Good thing you've got ABSA. Our loans are not designed for others to change what they say about you. They are designed to support your growth. Visit absa.co.ug for personal loans that help where it matters. ABSA, your story matters.
How do you make a party? You take time to prepare, to bring all the pieces together, to craft it right. The result, great refreshment. And that makes it time well spent. Club, brewed longer for longer refreshment.
Cooking all that makes food sweet, tastes so good like mama's keys. Sweet time Masana, yeah. Stir God, it's the oil you need for a tasty meal to live a healthy, happy life. Stir God, refined, fortified, blended pure vegetable cooking oil, second best to a mother's love.
In the heart of comfort and class, where every arrival feels like a welcome home. Experience spaces designed for rest, where elegance meets relaxation in every detail. Stay energized, stay inspired with wellness tailored to your lifestyle. For business that matters, find spaces built for productivity, connection, and success. Indulge in flavors that bring people together, from casual moments to refined dining. Celebrate life's milestone in spaces designed to make every moment unforgettable. Sorova Putiko Hotel, where business meets comfort and every stay becomes an experience.
It's back, bigger and with more business opportunities. It's the Pearl of Africa Tourism Expo Poate 2026, Uganda's flagship tourism event. Poate 2026 will take place from the 21st to the 23rd of May 2026 at the Speak Resort Convention Center, Munyonyo, under the theme Wanderlust. It's your time to thrive. Yes, it's your time to tap into Uganda's renewed optimism and tourism growth. Tourism stakeholders, travel trade partners, and tourism enthusiasts will be part of the Poate 2026. Come and network with like-minded people and unlock new business opportunities. To participate, register at www.poate.co.ug. Poate 2026 is brought to you by Uganda Tourism Board and partners.
Welcome back. Well, with just a few hours leading up to the swearing-in ceremony, we're now crossing over to Acholi sub-region. We do speak to our reporter Benson Ongom, who has been engaging with the locals on their expectations in the next term. Benson, what do you expect, or rather, what do the locals expect for the next term?
Acholi sub-region averagely gave President Museveni 83%. It has never happened in the history of this place. In fact, in 2006, 2011, the region gave President Museveni less than 50%. A bit of improvement in 2016 and 2021, and we have seen now what has happened in 2026. So there's a lot of expectation politically. What is going to be the appointments of President Museveni in this region? We have Minister Beatrice Anywa, Minister Lilian Abek, Ilarone Kokelo Riem, Beatrice Zakori, Honorable Norbert Mao as well, plus Richard Todwong. Those are appointments that we see in this region. Will the president increase the number or not? And what of the quality of the people that the president will appoint? But some of the things that sit deep in the minds and heart of the people from this region is, one, the question of compensation. This was promised during election time. 3 months now after the election, the president swears in tomorrow. The money has not yet been paid. Yet they said 80 billion shilling was there. But again, also the president had promised that 800 million, I beg your pardon again, 800 billion was supposed to be budgeted for every financial year. That has not happened as well. Again, the question of coffee. The president is saying Acholi sub-region in northern Uganda is very capable to produce coffee. But the question that people are asking themselves is water, or the season that we have in this region. How will government be able to be intentional to provide dams that support people? That is key in this region. Another issue that has been spoken by the people from this region, the President Museveni needs to uplift Gulu Regional Referral Hospital into a national referral hospital so that Kidgum Hospital become a regional hospital as well. These are some of the issues that have been put an expectation of the people of Acholi sub-region for the next 5 years. The question of road as well. Monoto Road has stayed here. The road that stretches from Kidgum to Kidepo, that road has been promised. Palabek as well to Atiak in Amuru district, that has been promised. Again, one of the things that sit deep in the minds and the hearts of Acholi people is the question of Balalu. We know the executive order has been there, but implementation has been very mild. As the president swears in tomorrow, some of those issues, the president needs to handle it. The question of land has also been here quite much. But lastly as well, the expectation is, what will the president come out with in terms of fighting poverty in some of this region? Actually, sub-region is the second region in terms of poverty. What are some of the things? We know PDM is here, but is it causing impact in the lives of the people? These are some of the things that we see. So as the president swears in tomorrow, the expectation is huge, but politically on things that will transform this region as well. So we keep our eyes on, and we'll continue as well to look out to some of these things that people will be saying as the president swears in tomorrow.
That's Benson Ongom giving us an update there as to the expectations, quite big expectations, promises as well, hoping to be kept. Now, Joseph Omagor is as well live for us from Arua, that is. What issues are locals raising ahead of Tuesday's swearing in, Joseph? Could you shed some light into that?
Well, thank you very much. Here in West Nile, for the people who have been following, the main issue here has been about the infrastructure, and the expectations are very high, especially for the road from Nebe to Arua City. People lose a lot of time. For a distance which is about 45 minutes drive, it is usually about 2 hours on average. And the business community, the people who are traveling from West Nile to the rest of the country, believe that this needs to be fixed in this new term. There was a message which came in during the campaigns that by November 2025, this road would be fixed. And now people are into the new term of the NRM and they are expecting a lot. But beyond that, there is also the expectation that the government will finally construct a bridge on River Nile to connect Moyo district to Ajumani, and that is over Naropi. And of course, that is one of the major issues that is being talked about, despite the fact that the government is already working on the road from Koboko, Yumbe to Moyo. Now, to complete that route, it needs a bridge, and that is one of the major expectations. The feeder roads that connect West Nile to the Democratic Republic of Congo, to the South Sudan, are also some of the talking points that need to be fixed for the people of West Nile in the new government of the NRM. But beyond that, talking about Arua City in terms of infrastructure, the road network is very poor. The sanitation is wanting. And some of the people believe that if the government can actually look into the issue of sanitation in urban centers like the city, like Nebi municipality, like Koboko municipality, like Yumbe Town Council, Ajumani and Moyo, it will go a long way in helping people to develop, because a healthy population is a wealthy population. Now, talking about the peace, because this is a region that borders two countries, Democratic Republic of Congo, which is just about 2 kilometers from Arua City, and the Republic of the South Sudan. Peace along these borders needs to be looked into in order to ensure that the business that goes on between these three countries is safe for those who practice and also for the people who are just moving in on their daily activities. Now, the issue of education, people believe that the government could bring in another skilling hub besides that one over Zombo. There should be another one probably in Yumbe to cater for the places such as Obongi, then Moyo and Jumani, because there's only one skilling hub that the president installed in Zombo district. And in terms of health, the major areas in the city, there is the regional referral hospital, but there is no city hospital. The district of Arua does not have a hospital, and some of the major districts here, like Yumbe, which has a regional referral hospital, they need backup because the population is very high due to the presence of the refugees and the very many urban, settlements of the refugees across West Nile. So these are some of the issues, but all and all, the people of West Nile are looking into having more money in their pockets. Back to you at the Political Command Center.
Well, thank you for that much needed update. Now, still talking matters swearing in, we speak to the presidential advisor on political affairs, Mr. Moses Biarahanga, on what the next term actually means. Mr. Moses Biarahanga will be giving us that update, and we'll be asking quite pertinent questions. He's joining us from Munyonyo over there. Mr. Biarahanga, thank you so much for joining us this evening. The big question, of course, is the next 5 years, and many expectations, many promises that are yet to be kept. But the major question for us here is, what are the top 3 priorities for the next 5-year term, especially for the president?
Well, first of all, thank you, Victoria. The first and foremost priority is maintaining security for Uganda. When Uganda is secure, that's why you can do anything you want to do. The NRM has been popular for one of the things because of maintaining security in Uganda. So apart from security is infrastructure development. The gentleman who was talking about West Nile was talking about roads. Uganda now has about 7,000 kilometers of roads, of tarmac roads. We are now, the roads under construction are about 1,200 kilometers. And the ones in the pipeline already under procurement are about 1,700. So in total, we shall complete the roads under construction, the 1,200, and the 1,700 already in the pipeline for construction. Then we have about 2,400 kilometers of roads under design.
So, quick one. That's while you are here with those particular priorities, which are great when it comes to roads and other things, there's a major word that has come out in the past couple of years or even a few months: corruption. This is the main concern for many Ugandans and many leaders for that matter. I want to know from you, what is it that you're going to do as the government to rebuild that trust among Ugandans?
People have the trust, not to build the trust. The trust is there, that's why they voted us in power. If there was no trust, they would not have voted us. If you personally don't trust us, others trust. So yes, we have to fight corruption, but also corruption is not the only issue to deal with. We must deal with electricity, because if there is zero corruption and then you have no power in your house, there is no power to run factories, you'll be not doing well for your country, for your people. So yes, so that's why I was emphasizing infrastructure in terms of roads. We have to complete the standard gauge railway. We have already started on it from Malaba to Kampala. That's a major project which will cut the cost of sending goods to Mombasa and from Mombasa by about half. Today it costs about $3,500 to transport a 20-feet container from Mombasa to Kampala. That affects private sector in terms of manufacturing and exports. So if we do the standard gauge railway, we shall cut the cost from 3,500 per container to about 1,500 or 1,600. So that's an enabler in developing the economy. We are going to expand, to continue with our PDM program to get people out of poverty and get more Ugandans to join the money economy. When people are in the money economy, that they create employment. For instance, under PDM, we have already reached 3,500 homesteads, and on average, a project employs 2 people. So we are talking about 70 million people employed under PDM. So when these people earn income through either those who are employed, who earn a wage, or those the owners of the projects who earn a profit, they spend it on consumption, part of it on consumption. When they spend on consumption, it means the factories have a bigger market to sell to. When they have a bigger market to sell to, government will collect more revenue. When the government collects more revenue, it will also spend that revenue in other sectors of the economy like education, health, and so forth. So coming to your issue of corruption,
Birahanga, I am certain that there are many. Mr. Birahanga, I am certain that there are many, many more achievements that you could list, as much as the theme, which is protecting the gains. And thank you for giving us your time and sharing those particular insights. We are still talking, of course, the swearing in. Now, our Ankole Bureau Chief, Alex Mugasha, also joins us tonight. And we ask, again, the same questions about the expectations of Ugandans. You've heard directly over there what are some of the things that are to come up. Roads became one of them. Now, let me ask you, Alex, what are some of the expectations? Are there any different, perhaps, in the Ankole sub-region?
Well, thank you. Now, the expectations of the people of Ankole, I think, lie under not more than 5 sectors. And amongst those is the agriculture sector, because you and I know how the people of Ankole, most of them are dominantly farmers, and they are cultivators and cattle keepers, basically. And those really need support. And we have seen the president advocate for example, agro-processing here in the region. That is why we have the presidential initiative on banana development, or PIBIT factory in Bushenyi. Now, that has supported the farmers. But now what we see in the region is that we still have high production of matoke, but then in high peaks, we usually have low demand of these products. And what we have seen is price fluctuation. Now, if, for example, there was value addition, then we would probably seeing a difference or sustainability in the pricing. And then when we get to the dairy farmers, we have seen fluctuation as well in the milk prices, but also we have seen they still have challenges with ticks. And the president recently advocated for the innovation or production of the anti-tick vaccine. And we have seen this already being distributed across the country. Probably this could now minimize the presence of the ticks in the region, and also it could lead to stabilization of milk production, because indeed that affects the sector very, very much. But also these people need how they will be moving, how they will be transporting their products. And we see that they are still demanding for improved road network. When the president was here early this year during campaign, he definitely mentioned about establishing an international airport here at Nyachara, as well as establishing a railway line. And that shows you that if these are put into effect, then probably we could see improvement in road network. But also there has been advocation of expanding our roads, because the region still has, poor road network, especially the highways. People have been saying that the Mbarara Ishaka, Mbarara Masaka, Mbarara Kabale roads are very narrow. Probably they need improvement and expansion. So probably we need more effort there. They have also been wanting improvement in employment opportunities, creating more employment for the young people. And probably the next term for President Yoweri Museveni, they want it to be the focus among other key priority areas. So we can only wait to see whether the president will definitely look at some of these areas for the demands of the Ankole sub-region people.
Business Pulse, brought to you by
Well, one of the major conversations that we will be having for the next term is business, and one of those businesses is oil. Now, as Uganda ramps up to infrastructure development and starts commercial oil production this year, economists say the gains must now translate into real jobs, higher household incomes, and visible improvements in daily life. They argue that next term will determine whether Uganda's long pursuit of economic takeoff becomes a reality for ordinary citizens or remains impressive only on paper.
As Ugandans prepare for the swearing-in ceremony at Kololo, where President Yoweri Museveni will officially begin another term in office, the country finds itself standing at a crucial economic turning point marked by rising expectations, stubborn public frustration, and the long-awaited arrival of commercial oil production. The economy has remained resilient on paper, with steady growth, controlled inflation, expanding infrastructure, and forecasts suggesting that oil revenues could push growth into double digits.
Commercial phase, are we about to get the first barrel in Tanga? That, for me, is the conversation you want to have, not whether you're about to get the first barrel out of the ground into Bulisa. That is easier done. But what is not easy to say and do is, how do I get my barrels into Tanga? Until I hear the barrels are flowing towards Tanga, then we'll have a conversation and say, you can now begin to factor in the oil revenues and even give them responsibility in the development journey of the country.
Has infant mortality decreased? Yes. Has life expectancy increased? Yes. Ugandans are living longer. If you look at literacy levels, have they gone up? Yes, they have. Do you see more Ugandans completing primary school? Yes. Do you see more Ugandans finishing university? Yes. Now there's a problem of unemployment. But that does not negate that you have solved a problem. Because maybe at first you are not having unemployment because people are not studying to begin with. So the few that would study would find work. Now you've made the pathways clear. Everyone finds themselves in the job market, so competition has increased.
Economists say that as Uganda enters the oil era, the seventh term will not only be judged by GDP figures or major infrastructure projects, but by whether economic growth begins to meaningfully improve livelihoods, create jobs, and lift more citizens into the money economy.
I think economy may be doing well. Many people have discussed and said you begin to feel the oil entry in this phase. We should have hit the double digit already, because the investments in the oil themselves should drive the economy, the FDI that is related to that. So we might have some other things that have stalled that progression, that even as we did the heavy oil investment before the oil flows, we have not hit the double digit. So what are the other issues that are holding the economy back? And I think as the president comes in, this should be his concerns, because a lot of things that he's going to be working on that are already on his desk, he's been doing for the last 4 decades, if one might say.
Many are calling for increased financing towards the parish development model, which government designed as a vehicle to move millions of households from subsistence into the money economy.
We need to improve more on the PDM. The PDM has been one of the most successful projects Uganda has ever had. Has transformed our people from poverty, that 1 million, somebody can start a poultry farm. 1 million, somebody can start basic farming. 1 million shillings. With the impact PDM has made on our population, you can expect that the PDM, if the president's pledge in the manifesto said he wants to double up the amount of money, I strongly believe that we shall have more people in the middle income sector than ever before.
What does unwavering faith look like? This June 3rd, Uganda unites to honor the courage and sacrifice of the Uganda Martyrs. NBS TV, Afro Mobile, and our other platforms bring you comprehensive live coverage from Namugongo, powerful moments, inspiring stories, and nationwide conversations that matter. Churches, ministries, and value-driven brands align your message with a moment that commands national attention and trust. Be seen, be heard, be part of the story. Call 0761 001 890 now to secure your slot. Next Media, connecting you to moments that move the nation.
Looking for a vacation of a lifetime? Cross the equator and discover Pineapple Bay Resort. Enjoy exceptional life's luxuries. Spend quality time with family, friends, or even that special someone. Get in touch with nature with our range of outdoor activities. The calming tranquility of water, breathtaking views, moving memories around campfires. It's all here. Plus, a club experience like no other at Pineapple Bay Clubhouse. It's a whole vibe. You can hire any of our 3 VIP cruise boats for groups of 10, 14, or 25 people. Or you can cruise out with swag on a luxury yacht for 12 people. Our premium boats are all safety compliant. Make your next vacay an all-round experience at Pineapple Bay, located on Bulago Island, right in the midst of Lake Victoria. Talk to us today.
This PDM is to get all of you out of poverty. That's why we said 100 million per parish per year.
The parish development model is designed to eradicate poverty by providing the support necessary for financial independence.
We have seen how 1 million, how much 1 million can do. The whole of Uganda is very rich. So what you call poverty is actually ignorance. We need everybody to come up.
Let us all take advantage of the conducive prevailing atmosphere of political stability, peace and security to ensure that all our people come out of poverty.
And I've told the banks to stop deducting from the 1 million. You must get the 1 million full. The government is the one which will pay the bank charges.
Now the number of stools in this Matoke enterprise are 1,000. They are on 1 acre. And we harvest 17 bunches every day. The money that we get from this Matoke, after selling each bunch at 15,000 shillings, for the whole year, we get 91.9 million shillings. So I want to encourage all the people of Teso also to change the mindset and adopt to new crops which were not traditionally grown here.
We emphasize 2 words, wealth and jobs. This PDM is to get all of you out of poverty.
This message is brought to you by the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance.
And that's it for today. Till the next episode.
Like a daily bando, like a daily bando, like a daily bando. Omuliro ngulira muli mumutima kukankana like drums. Kalakata, kalakata, elendongo ya kusabula. We gonna do free of fire, free of fire, free of fire.
And all their modern ambition pace. There is no margin for error. So much here is familiar.
Over 1,900 games brought us here.
There is not a sporting heat quite like this.
But history doesn't care about the journey.
The Premier League is the best league in the world.
La Liga is far and beyond the biggest winner.
It only remembers how it ends.
You bought it. There's no other word. You bought it.
8 titles. 1 month of
But having been a student of President Yoweri Museveni, I can imagine he's seated somewhere with his writing pad, going through the speeches and looking at numbers and things. I would imagine that's what he's doing. I'm not so sure he's even concerned about the cabinet. But for us, we are into the broadcast, and Tracy Kansime is here with me. We are here until midnight, until the term of office of the president elapses at exactly 12 midnight. Tracy, you do have some guests with you.
Absolutely, Samson. It is indeed amazing. You are looking at what is the swearing-in eve, and right here from the Political Command Center, I am now joined by the Honorable Dombo Rumala, who joins us now. He's the Director of Communications at the National Resistance Movement. Quite the night, they have put up quite the show in terms of the drone show that we did see, putting into perspective what the National Resistance Movement has achieved in the previous years, or what they should be paying attention to, and many of those are, some of the subjects we'll certainly be getting into. Very good evening, Honorable. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Good evening and good evening, viewers. It's a pleasure for me to be here once again. And very ready for tomorrow.
I'm very ready for tomorrow indeed. It's been quite the journey. And of course, the 15th of January was when Ugandans took to the polls. And you did get quite the number, 71.65% right there. You did start out at 80%, 90%, but certainly that's quite a very significant portion of the electorate. But let's get into, this particular term and what it signifies, what Ugandans should expect, especially with this particular precedence of a drone show, the energy and the oomph you've brought forward. Is that what we should expect in the next 5 years?
First of all, it was important for us to celebrate. Because, the previous elections, the campaigns was done during the COVID pandemic. So there was no spy in the elections and in the campaigns. When the results came in, the performance was modest. And the person who in 96 had gotten more than 74%, to come back to get to 58%. To us, we had won, but that is not the percentage we had really wanted. And we had to go back to the drawing board under the guidance of His Excellency the President. And once we picked his advice and went to the population, we came out with 71%. Some of us had expected 80%. Others are blaming many people. But some of us believe the Electoral Commission because of those machines that didn't work. Many of our voters who had gotten to the polling centers and they had to leave early, we believe if they had all voted, perhaps we could have been there. But all the same, this was very, very fantastic performance. The reason why, when the management sat and we consulted His Excellency, the National Chairman and President of Uganda, about the drone show, he okayed it, and we looked for the man and brought the drones. We were only fearing, because when such a function is going to take place in such a place, the level of security, we were wondering whether the drones will get airborne and then they get whisked to Entebbe, because they have the technology which could do that. But I'm very sure that our teams worked well with the security, and there's been a perfect drone show. I'm yet to hear what the Ugandans are saying.
We will certainly get the feedback of many
Ugandans. From the Ugandans. But
yeah.
Even me, this was the maiden show. I'd never seen it. I've been watching it on...
There are some who really don't want to show that something good has been done. And you find someone saying, anyway, for some of us, we've seen it. But the question comes, where did you see it from? That means you paid money, you took a flight and went to some place, so you saw it at a cost. But now it is brought to the home ground. So that is an achievement.
We will wait for Ugandans, certainly, to give us feedback. And I'm sure they already are. We'll get into that.
When you get on many platforms,
yes,
there are this kind of feedback.
Of the feedback. Honorable, let me just get into that. You were on the campaign trail for about 3 months. There was a message, indeed, the manifesto that you presented to the many Ugandans. Do you have a sense that that resonated with each of the regions, the majority of Ugandans across the board? Or do you feel that instances where that message might have to, you might have to return and explain it, especially for areas where perhaps the percentage was not cognizant?
By the way, to the people who followed President Museveni's campaign, you could guess what he was going to say.
Yes.
You could predict what example he was going to give, because his message was the same from rally to rally. And for him, this consistency of messaging, the people of Uganda came to believe him and trust him. Some of us at a technical level, we had thought that we should be going to every area and crafting a new message. For him, we said no. He had his script, which he wanted to run throughout the whole country. And it worked so well, because he was talking about the gains and enumerating them. and giving the local examples and other examples to explain what he intends to do. When we were going to do, in our party, we have a directorate of mobilization headed by Honorable Seninde. The president one time invited us and he said, I don't want any of you to go back to the population and begins shouting to people, said mobilization is about solving people's problems. When you go to a community and has problems, and they say the problems of Uganda are known. It is poverty, poor water, cheating teachers who charge school fees, people want electricity, people want peace. He said once you deliver on those, apart from Inteso, which was also purely about poverty, where they asked us for the cows in northern Uganda, they want restocking. They want restocking. Teso wants restocking. And what does restocking treat? It treats poverty. Everybody, once you have cows, you can do ox plowing, you can have the milk, but you can also sell the cows. So President Museveni's message was very consistent throughout the whole country. And to us, we learned something as a party secretariat, but also local leaders, that when you consistently give a good message to the population, it builds hope, it builds trust, and finally, it yields the results that we got through the campaigns.
Well, thank you so much for that insight. We also want to definitely be getting into the conversation of, the manifesto performance. That report did come out. The Honorable Mike Sebo, let's get into the manifesto performance that we did have at about 89% or thereabout. We now certainly have a new one, and we want to understand if you have a sense of feeling in terms of the implementation and how then will this manifesto perform? What measures are in place to make sure that it does perform even beyond the expectations and that it serves, especially when you talk about public service delivery, that it delivers for Ugandans?
Yeah, thank you very much. Regarding the message, just to supplement my brother, the message was cross-cutting and it was applicable across the country. And it was interesting in that it was a solid message competing with no message at all from our other competitors. And that created the difference. So the connection with the people was informed by a clear message, well thought out, well packaged, and well illustrated with the relevant examples of local nature. Now, regarding the manifesto, definitely we had a manifesto that is going to lapse, like tomorrow. And the lapsing does not mean that the processes will be halted. That is work in progress, because some are even factored within this year's budget as continuation. But then the new budget, the new manifesto beginning will definitely overlap. And within systems, processes, and procedures of government, a change in government does not stop everything. The ministries, departments, and agencies will definitely have to continue with those aspects as a way of consolidating while opening new ground for those issues that have been raised. But many of the issues that are raised in this manifesto, many of them are actually a continuation, adjustments, because when you look at issues of infrastructure development, there are roads that are being worked on, there are roads at design stage, there are roads which are being negotiated for funding. So the system gets those aligned and you move. When you come to industrialization, the president has praised a lot of industrial parks, but it is not beginning. It is simply an expansion, an increment in terms of coverage, but the principle is already catered for. So that is how government functions, and definitely the relevant team leaders, he's going to appoint a cabinet. definitely he's going to give them.
Another very interesting subject. We'll certainly be getting into that right there.
Yeah, because when he does that,
yes,
those will be given his vision. He will share his vision, how he wants things to
move
be done.
things, and who will be handling some of these.
Largely, that subject will come more when we have that.
When we have the cabinet. Well, a very interesting conversation right there, Samson. And I'm sure many Ugandans will be waiting, especially after the swearing in. That cabinet is something we'll be looking forward to. More conversations coming up in terms of the performance and how we got here. But Samson, I want to get back to you and find out how the rest of the country is sharing in this, merrymaking that we are experiencing. Samson.
The big question that you've got to ask is, when that cabinet list comes out, will you still be my colleague here? But I can tell the nation that I will be here to read that cabinet, because I also read the last one, so prepare for it. But for now, what is the mood around the country as we talk swearing in? What are the people in Mbale talking about that drone show that they saw on NBS, that they saw on Afromobile? What are the plans? What is Mbale doing to prepare for the swearing in? By the way, Mbale has benefited from this term. They do have a very huge industrial park. But what we are going to do, we're going to get to my colleague Gerard Matembo, who is the bureau chief there, and he will be talking to us. Mulembe baba, mwali akumbeba omwoyo gwaholela.
Wanyala Simon, mwenayo bababona NBS. I'm coming to you live from Mbale City, Simon. Tomorrow's celebration and the swearing in of President Yoweri Museveni means more than a celebration to the people of Mbale City in particular, because Mbale City and Mbale District has been one of the toughest political battlegrounds for President Yoweri Museveni over the decades, whereby we have seen the years before the opposition leaders have been leading, and this has been driven by urban frustration, youth unemployment, and a number of other challenges. And yet now, because of the government intensifying investment in infrastructure, industrialization, and also social programs such as the PDM, have seen a change in attitudes and shaping of perceptions in this region that has seen Mbale for the first time over a couple of decades voting President Yoweri Museveni for the first time, President Yoweri Museveni getting a victory. Of course, we have seen a number of programs such as the PDM. Samson and our viewers, I can tell you that in the 5 years ending, of course, this coming month, as the president swears in tomorrow, Mbale City alone has got about 14 billion shillings in PDM. Of course, leave other programs like industrialization, like I've told you, the industrial park, which is hosted here in Mbale City, also employing over 10,000 young people within Mbale City. Leave alone that, we have also seen the continuous funding to the local government. As we speak, Mbale just approved, Mbale City Council approved a budget of 46 billion shillings, and a big bunch of over 90% is coming from the central government funding, and this of course goes into paying salaries of teachers, health workers, and also other government employees. This has also seen the improvement in services such as in the education sector, where we see more confidence from the public in government schools. I can tell you that in the city here has 5 government schools, and about 60% of the student population are in government schools compared to the more private schools. This of course shows confidence in the government institutions here in Mbale City. These are some of the milestones. Of course, when President Yoweri Museveni came in 2021, he got 39% within Mbale City, but this time around we are talking about over 60%. This, like I told you earlier, means more. Museveni has never won in Mbale City until 2026 general election. That is it from Mbale City. Samson and the viewers, over to you at the Political Command Center.
Thank you very much. That is Gerard Matembo coming in from Mbale. And we want to find out what is happening in other places. And I get to my colleague Eddie Enuru, who is for us out here. Eddie, it's good to see you this evening. What is happening around Teso, and what is the excitement in these places? Are people eating their atapa?
Well, Akrenyo Samson Kasumba, and of course I'm coming to you live from Soroti, and this is nothing but a lot of preparations for tomorrow. But just before I go into the preparations, Samson, I just want to briefly take you through how President Yoweri Museveni performed in the previous elections that we just concluded. We have seen a very overwhelming performance in the Teso sub-region that used to be the opposition area, opposition home right here. We've seen President Yoweri Museveni getting 72%. And when you talk about Soroti City, President Yoweri Museveni used to get below 32%. But this time around, we see President Yoweri Museveni just concluded the election, Samson, getting 67%. This is what we are talking about. Massive crowds that we saw during campaigns are certainly translated into this vote. So the crowds were not lying, Samson. There are a number of issues that have been attributed to this great performance of the NRM in the Teso sub-region, where the FDC used to be, used to take as it is home. Of course, people here were not just turning up they were not just turning up to the crowds, but they wanted to hear the word from President Yoweri Museveni. They wanted to hear a word of compensation. That is one of the issues that has been long over that has been waited for a long time. The issues of road network, we have had the issue of the road coming from Kumi, going to Ngora, to Serere and Kagwara. Those are some of the issues that people of Teso will be waiting for this new government that will be sworn in tomorrow to address. Issues of industrialization. We have seen the Soroti Industrial Park being there, and yet it has not taken for decades. It has just been there, apart from Teju Food Factory that has been there. So, Samson, these are some of the issues that people of Teso are waiting to hear from the new government that will be taken on. Of course, a lot has been happening here also. We also seen the new trend, the new leadership that people of Teso are talking about. They could have contributed to this great performance in the Teso sub-region. We have seen the coming in of a new energy, Calvin Eshodu, who has managed to bring in the youth to participate in this election, and of course to participate and vote the NRM. We have also had the talks that people of Teso could have voted President Yoweri Museveni this time around in a way of saying thank you to President Yoweri Museveni and his government for making the daughters of the people of Teso, putting them into top leadership, top position in the government. Talk about the second, the vice president and the speaker of parliament coming from the Teso sub-region. These are some of the issues that people of Teso think could have contributed to this great performance in the Teso sub-region. But I want to also tell you that there is a lot of preparations happening in the Teso sub-region, particularly in Soroti City tomorrow. It's going to be a boom party here in Soroti City as people celebrate in the swearing in of President Yoweri Museveni. Samson, leave alone the cattle compensation, leave alone the roads, poor road network from Muria to Abim. That has been one of the worst roads that can tell you about. The road from Muria to Abim, Samson, people of Teso expect this road to be worked on in this new government. For now, let me return back to you at the political command center, Samson.
Eddie, since you said Akironya, I would say Ejokuna. Eala Manoi, yoga, Eyetebong is what I will tell you. By the way, if you don't know, Soroti is one of those places where you will get some of the juiciest mangoes, if you know what I mean. And when I talk Ataba, I'm talking about some of the best made millet bread. I went to Soroti town and I ate one of the best meals. I mean, have you ever eaten a meal and you think somehow you don't know whether you've also eaten your fingers? Like, that's how good the meal was. So we will leave Soroti for a minute and then we'll catch up. I mean, we are coming like from Soroti and then heading all the way to Ntungama, which is literally like the tip of Uganda there. You see where Uganda makes W, that tip, that's where. Bridget Msmenta, how can I appreciate you, Bridget, now that Hatsi abantu bantungamo batebekanzaje ebyaswera ringine bareba drone show.
Thank you so much, and a good evening to you. When it comes to the people of Ntungamo, indeed, I know all eyes have been on their screens waiting for what was to happen today at 8 p.m. And I believe that indeed they have seen what the drones have been doing and some of the achievements of the NRM party as they were being displayed on our screens, especially here on NBS TV. But then away from that, the people of Ntungamo are ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow, as the president Yoweri Kaguta Museveni swears in for his 7th term, the people of Ntungamo are ready. And some of the activities that have been prepared, or some of the preparations that have been on ground, according to the officials from the NRM party leadership here, the local leadership, there will be a drive early in the morning and also a march within, or a procession within Ntungamo municipality, celebrating together with the nation as they celebrate the swearing-in ceremony of President Yoweri Museveni in Kololo. And also there will be distribution of materials, including T-shirts, because they've reported that all these have already reached the office, and it's just a matter of time they will be distributing these materials come tomorrow. But also, the walk to victory for President Yoweri Museveni in Ntunga cemented during the campaign, actually before the polling day. That was during the time President Yoweri Museveni was here, because we saw masses flooding Chamate Secondary School, filled with excitement, they were just thrilled, just filled with enthusiasm, because they are waiting for President Yoweri Museveni perhaps to answer some of their questions. And indeed, he answered those questions. But also among the things that he highlighted during that day, we saw that he highlighted issues to do with peace and security. He highlighted issues to do with poverty eradication. And talking about poverty eradication, he also asked the people that they should focus more on building wealth in their households rather than just putting all their efforts on issues to do with tarmacking roads. And also talking about tarmacking roads, we see there is a road from Ntungamo district going to Rukunjiri district that has been in a very poor state. He also talked about that particular road, that it will be worked on. But away from that, the numbers that turned up for the campaign rally that day indeed translated into the vote, because I had 86%. And also the people and the leaders here attribute that to PDM as well as other issues to do with peace and security and access to services within the district. That is it for now. Back to you, other political command center. Good evening.
Bridget Msmenta, I think we can resolve that question. The next time somebody asks Msmenta, you just tell them Muhente, and then the matter is definitely resolved. Beaming there is Juliet Msmenta, who is a bureau chief as far as Ntungamo is concerned. You need to visit Ntungamo, very, very scenic place. Visit Uganda and see what Ntungamo looks like. I won't say too much about Ntungamo because I'm in this building for very obvious reasons. Now, out of Ntungamo, all through the northeast, where we will catch up with Richard Oyel. Richard Oyel is in Karamoja. Karamoja is very, very... Some people have been flirting with the idea that maybe we should take our capital to Karamoja. That's another matter. But big things are happening. I also need to tell you, Karamoja has made history in the 12th Parliament, because for the very first time in Uganda, since it ever existed, a mother and the daughter will be in Parliament at the same time. We had a father and son, but now we'll have a father and son and a mother and a daughter in the same Parliament. I am going to interview the four. I mean, that's what I'll do. But for now, let's get to Richard Oyel. Martha!
Martha Samson. Well, Karamoja is a beautiful place, definitely. And yeah, there you're talking of Minister Esther Nyakun going to Parliament with the daughter. Quite a good struggle there, and a good upbringing for the mother. Talking, of course, the NRM victory in Karamoja, there was a huge mobilization, and I'll tell you, Samson, that tomorrow means very, very big day to Karamoja because the president won in Karamoja with 92% in just the recent election, with a Muda district coming with 97% of that win. But again, Karamoja is voting President Yoweri Museveni largely compared to any other party because of just the history of where Karamoja came from. And many people here believe that Karamoja was left out in the previous governments, and that is why the NRM, when it came to power, started looking at Karamoja in a different way, looking at the potential that the region can build in terms of the cattle economy, but also looking at the minerals and the tourism potential. And this is where most of the efforts have been put, but not to forget the conflict that lasted in Karamoja for a long time, making so many people lose their lives as the raids continue because of just the presence of illegal guns in the wrong hands, and that is the youth who had already started living by the gun and were marauding across the region, stealing cattle from one point to another, and it continued, so many people losing their lives. But in this government, it was prioritized, and that's why, if you see, Karamoja continues to vote with a lot of heart. People are always so proud of the president because he took the initiative. Just about last year, he came here more than 2 times, meeting with the regional leaders, also meeting the locals here. And of course, this was a build-up showing that he has the heart for this region. And but just to say, tomorrow, there is a lot of mobilization already going across the different districts of Karamoja with the NRM leaders from the LC1s to the district chairpersons, administrators. Some of them have been invited already to Karamoja, but those who will remain here, plus the locals, largely want to celebrate tomorrow, want to show that they were a contribution to this particular win here. Not to mention the next 5 years of the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, the Karamojong people still want to see certain things being done here in terms of course, poverty still on a high in this place. PDM has been a very good one for the people of Karamoja, with some of them starting to implement, some of them rearing animals, some of them going into crops, and some of them going into businesses. But there's also something else to look at, of course, and that is just how do we sustainably ensure that Karamoja has water in terms of dams. There are dams that were constructed, but then they got silted. How do we maintain these dams to ensure that there's water for production, there's water for crops, there's water for livestock, so that the people do not migrate out of Karamoja to look for something else somewhere. But also, now that the president has ensured that there's industrialization in the region, what the people of Karamoja want to see is that the local people are given priority in terms of employment in some of these factories. And now when it comes to the leadership, what I hear in the corridors of Karamoja, people asking about is, when it comes to their leaders, they want also to see ministerial positions, more ministerial positions, people being appointed to those positions. But there's a position that they want to be ring-fenced, and that is the Minister for Karamoja Affairs. They want that position to be ring-fenced for someone who understands Karamoja as it is, because they already have the negative attitude of the ministers that were appointed before, who just ended up stealing the iron sheets for Karamoja. Back to you, Samson Kasumba. We'll continue this conversation.
Somebody is asking, Atoko Zotia. Matara Karanoe. Thank you very much, Richard Oyel, out of Karamoja right there. So, when we ask you to watch us here at NBS, it's because we have that kind of ability. We've taken you to Karamoja, we've taken you to Ntungamo, we've taken you to Mbara, we've taken you to Busoga, we've taken you to Mbale, and Katandika Butandisi. We have bureau chiefs all over the place, and we are organizing. So let's go to campaign posters. One of the things I did in school before I did what I am doing is I graduated from Kumba with commercial industrial art and design. So let me give you a story. So the President Yoweri Museveni's campaign posters having a heart begins around 2001, and it came with the heart and that bend, very iconic bend. And whilst I was on Nasa Road, I know the guy who designed the picture. It was called Mr. Chiwanuka then. I used to work with him. He used to, I think, one of the guys who introduced color separations on Nasa Road. That was iconic. But the last poster, I think the last two lost that iconic bend, but the heart has still remained. But in terms of graphic designing, the campaign poster of 2001, both the incoming of the heart and that curving bend, just game-changed graphic designing of posters since 2001. So I just wanted to give you that anecdote there on designing of posters and all, because just bring back that poster so that we can look at it again. And those of you who understand, yes, they're there. Those of you who understand graphics can say what kind of I think this one came with the three lines. I think as from a designing point of view, that Yoweri leaving the E to go with the three lines of black, yellow, red, I think that was a masterpiece in terms of graphic designing is concerned. And as you know, we designers say less is more. The more simple, the better, because you should be able to see something and read it even if you're driving at 80 kilometers per hour. So I think that poster was very well designed. It's not crowded. There's not too much information. I think whoever did that poster did very well. But whoever designed Tracy also did a very good job. Tracy, what is coming?
Well, we certainly will give kudos to the Almighty, who's the designer, and of course in whose image we're all created. Many thanks for the compliment. But you did speak about the many changes, including the heart, but also we've had the name that has changed over a period of time. And yeah, it tells you a lot that can change, especially now that we move into the 7th term. We want to find out if there will be any changes, and if there are, the gentlemen that I have with me in studio will certainly do justice to the conversation. And speaking of that, let's look at the progression in terms of you know, the numbers that we've moved now to 71.65%. Honorable Rumala, if we're to talk about the percentage of that were young people, which is majority of the country is indeed young people, and want to find out of that 71.65%, what the size of the young people were in terms of voting and trusting the National Resistance Movement to protect the gains. Let's speak about that number and what you have in store for that number, in terms of especially the fact that over a period of time, we've not seen the enthusiasm from young people to be a part of the brand that you represent.
First and foremost, I want to tell you that the NRM manifesto captures the spirit and the thoughts of the young people. And there was a deliberate intention, I mean a deliberate ploy by the opponents of NRM of wanting to portray President Museveni because of his age, to show that he's old and he cannot think for the young people. But you did remember very well the number of press interactions the president had with the young people, just with the Jaja. And you saw how young people demonstrated in some of the neighboring countries, and many people thought that they would do the same here. Where on the contrary, the young people embraced President Yoweri Museveni because of the various engagements that the NRM was doing as a party. One of the things that NRM did in the wealth creation programs, there was a deliberate attempt by the NRM to ensure that young people are provided for and they are supported in order to fight poverty. Secondly, in the manifesto, the president deliberately promised that any young people who finish school and they stay for about 2 years without getting jobs, there is going to be a fund deliberately created to enable those young people into some gainful activity because of their poverty, either poor background, which they may be having. This is a deliberate attempt by government to ensure that the young people are supported. When you go to the PDM money, about 30% was demarcated and said this is money that must go to the young people. And the young people were deliberately provided for. When you come at the politics, there are many young people. You go to Parliament of Uganda. and see how many young people have been elected. And look at the average age of parliament, of councils in the districts, and of the people who are taking up leadership positions. Many years ago, when I just got to parliament, we were forced as young members of parliament to form a group called YPA, purely because there were many old people whom we thought it was difficult to challenge unless we were organized in a sort of way. Right now, when you go to the Parliament of Uganda, you don't have any need for YPA because everybody is YPA. They're all young people in Parliament.
Will we have
Look at the Speaker.
A cabinet YPA? What's the...
There are some, definitely, cabinet like any forest. You cannot have a very strong forest with only young trees or with only
a blend,
it must be a blend between old and, but right now when you go to the cabinet of Uganda, the majority are young people. You may have the likes of Right Honorable Moses Ali, you can have the likes of my brother, the Honorable Matia Kasaija, because you need their wisdom and their experience in order to help you to understand where Uganda has come from and also appreciate the journeys that we must work together as a team. But I want to tell you that the NRM deliberately makes programs for the young people. When you go to this year, I mean next year, we shall be hosting AFCON. We shall be hosting AFCON here. The Pamoja bid, which we did with the neighboring countries. These are basically young people who are going to be case showing their talent through the sports and games. When you look at the creative industry, how the young people are coming up with music. When you look at the copyright law recently made, it is basically to enable the young people to benefit from their effort. So in Uganda, there has been a deliberate effort to ensure that the young people are put at the helm. And in the governance structure, they make contributions on how best they want to be governed. And there is nothing best that could be done other than what we have done.
Well, there we have it. Certainly the young people will be looking forward to the next couple of, positions in that regard. But I want to pick your brain, Honorable Sebalu, on the brand of the candidate that you presented, the president-elect, who is about to swear in just a couple of hours. Let's speak about that messaging, that packaging, and how then that becomes a sustainable brand in terms of moving forward. Is that something that can be replicated via all of the structures that you have, the tenets that he speaks about? I'm also particularly cognizant of the fact that he does speak about pragmatism in this particular next 5 years. Will that be misconstrued for authoritarianism? How are you looking at striking a balance between the pragmatic vibe we are sort of getting in the next 5 years and, not being misconstrued for authoritarianism?
Yeah, thank you very much. We talk about a candidate who is cross-cutting in appeal, who is cross-generational in outlook, and who is very progressive in thought and philosophy of leadership, because he has literally seen it all. You've been talking about young people. The leader that we have is a product of the youth movement, because he started as a young person. And he had this outlook, which is unique, because when he was going to university, those days you had to make 3 choices of a university. One university, another one, and another one. But for him, the first choice was Dar es Salaam, the second choice was Dar es Salaam, and the third choice was Dar es Salaam. Because in Dar, at the moment, already young revolutionaries were emerging, being mentored by the late Muarim. And as we speak, he's the best student of Muarim. And that's no wonder his love for integration of Africa and East Africa emanated from that. As a university student, he went to Mozambique to participate in the revolutionary and liberation movements. At that level, university student. So I just want to show you that he's seen it all. Many of the things the young people talk about, he's been able to be part of such. Actually, he's one of those that kind of initiated such. So when you have such a leader, he has an appeal for the young people because he knows what they want, and the energy, youthfulness, and the drive,
yes.
He knows it. When you talk about the middle-aged, he has lived that as a leader. And when you talk about an elder, and that's why he is not ashamed to say, I'm a judge, because other people would want to pretend to show that they are young or what, but he's very honest and saying, look, I'm a judge, and Bazukuru, let's talk. So that is the kind of leader that you have. And with that at the back of the mind, he tries to create a leadership style, a leadership model that is appealing. In the NRM, ideologically, it is like a mirror. Every section of the Ugandan population has its images there. That's why when you look at the young people, they are there. You look at the women, they are there. You look at the workers, they are there. You look at all sections. And that's why our constitution is done in such a way that it is accommodative and it conforms to the mantra of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So that now brings together, you talk of unity in practice, not in theory. So going forward with such credentials, with where we've come from, we started at a level of liberation, was part of it. We went to a level of reconstruction, was part of it. We went to a level of rehabilitation, was part of it. We are now in the level of transformation. And all these are deliberate, they are intentional, and they are purposeful. So it doesn't do anything by accident. So that is how we move. So with that kind of leadership, we simply have to play our role. And that's why now I want to call upon all of us within the NRM leaders to ensure that we play our part. Play it well, play it right, play it in a manner that leads to the transformation that we want to achieve for this country. And with that leadership, with the philosophy, with our core values as an organization, with our mission, and with our vision, definitely we are taking a forward movement. And definitely things are going to be better, things are going to be bolder, things are going to be bigger, and we will have more gains to gain as we move along.
Well, for a moment, that's like protect the gains, but well, looks like there are more gains to gain from as we move along. Very interesting conversations from the gentleman here, Samson. We'll definitely later on be talking about the qualitative leap that the National Resistance Movement promises in this particular next term. But for now, you know, Samson, I need to get back to you because the mood of the Kasiki, you know, if you know anything about Kasiki in this country, let's check in with the pulse around the country.
In terms of Kasiki, this is the moment at which they start the kujula ring of the muogo that is inside the vu, and as well the mpogora will also be coming out as we get to the meat. That is now where we are. Norecho fe abali wano abali eruddeyo tumanyi nti mwalabye edobulidda bye tuleeta kasavu kanyama wabaddewo omwoleso gwabadde gw'amaanyi nnyo ebigambo nga babiwandika mu bbanga eyo. Temulimba abantu eryo siddogo oyo tekinologi tewaliwo yaleese wano musamize we Zanzibar. Abasajja baleese buuma ne bateeka ebigambo mu bbanga tewabaawo omuntu akulimba mbunze mutuula ku ngoye yawandiisa. balese bantu balamu nga nze be bawanise ebyo ebigambo waggulu abana ab'NRM bannaffe be bateeseteese ekintu ng'ebyo kifaanana tubaweereza okuva olwaleero n'okukeera enkya ssaawa 12 tujja kuba tuli wano okubawo ebigenda mu maaso ekkololo ani atuuka ajjidde mu mmotoka ki atuddewa ebyo byonna tugenda bibaako naye kaakati tugezaako okumanya ab'Emityana mu ssaza lya Ssaabasajja ery'Essingo bayimiridde batya ate ab'e-Buddu kati kansooke ewa mwannyinaze Catherine atubuulire mu ab'Essingo ki kye mutegese ekyenjawulo eggwanga lyagala okumanya kuba kati waliwo empaka ani asinze okuteekateeka akasiki akanyumira abantu kati gwe sooka otubuulire Ssingo mutegese mutya abantu bali ludda wa
Samson neyanza nnyo n'omulabi waffe wa NBS kakati ffe obwedda amaaso nno gatuli ku ggulu nga tulinze ekipya NBS kyesabukuludde era indeed tukirabye. Njagala okutegeezaako Samson nti nga obutawukanako n'ebitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo n'Emityana nayo yateeseteese okulaba nga nayo ejaguza oba ng'ecelebratingira wamu okulayira kw'omukulembeze w'eggwanga Yoweri Kaguta Museveni era ssentebe wa NRM. Era olunaku olw'enkya nabo bategese ebikujjuko eby'enjawulo nga bano bakutandika okukumba okuva ku ofiisi zaabwe wano mu kibuga Mityana beetoolole streets ez'enjawulo n'oluvannyuma bagatharinge ewantu okusigala nga bajaguza nga bwe balaba n'ebigenda mu maaso ku ntimbe za NBS. Okutegeezako nti wano mu disitulikiti y'Emityana
Kasalina tujja kuddira eddoboozi lyo lirina waliwo alimize waliwo ndeyo olime ku kijja kyewammwe eddoboozi kyekirutute naye tujja kuddira katugende wa Farish Magembe wano waliwo eŋŋombe ega nti protecting the gains mpulidde wano ab'NRM abadde mu studio nga bagamba mbu n'eryo ettama lyeryo lyerimu ku gains za NRM ze bakuuma obutiribiri kaakati nga tuvudde ku ebyo kyekirala enteekateeka ziri zitya bannabuddu bakutte ensenene ze bagenda okulya mu kasiki oba waliwo enteekateeka endala
Buteevu bwebali nnyo Samson Kasumba ne boli nabo mu studio ezo kosa n'abatulaba mu kaseera kano mu kitundu kino eky'e Masaka n'okusingira ddala wano mu kibuga Masaka bannamasaka bangi nnyo betwogeddeko nabo mu budde obw'emisana ababadde batandise okuba nga bakulumuka nga boolekera ekkololo okusobola okulaba nga beegatta ku mukulembeze w'eggwanga ng'akuba ebirayiro by'omulundi guno bingi bo bye bagamba nti bye beenyumirizaamu oba bye baselebratinga nga okusookera ddala ze enguudo nga zino zolaba mu background yange wano emabega emyaka oba gye tukubye emabega wali kino ekibuga Masaka zibadde nga mpompogoma z'olaba ekyokubiri bondaba nga njogera mu kaseera kano oyinza okugamba nti oba oliawo ntadde floodlight ey'amaanyi wano maaso enkubyemu okusobola okuba nga ondaba naye source of light gye nkozesa mu kaseera kano ge mataala mangi agateebwa gavumenti ya NRM wano mu kibuga Masaka era y'ensonga lwaki osobola okulaba nga osobola okuba nga ondaba nga bondaba mu kaseera kano ebyo bye bimu ku ebyo oba oliawo by'oyinza okugamba nti bye bireeseewo enjawulo mu ngeri bannamasaka gye balabamu gavumenti ya NRM gye balabamu n'ekibiina kya NRM kubanga emabegako eri yonna yonna kibadde kijja kyeyoleka lwatu nti bannamasaka bano bo baali bafuukira ddala abasimba ekkuuli ku buli mbeera naye bw'olaba nti ku mulundi guno ojja kutunula nti kyenkana obuwanguzi obwa Pulezidenti Museveni oba obuwagizi bwafunye ku mulundi guno mu kisanja kino bwekubisizzaamu emirundi ebiri miramba okuva ku bitundu 21 okutuuka ku bitundu 42 okusinziira ku byavudde mu kalulu akawedde ekyo nno olugendo lunene nnyo ku kibiina kya NRM kubanga wano mu kibuga Masaka ekyo kibadde tekitera kulabika bwe kityo ekyokubiri ojja kulaba nti ekibiina kya NRM wano e Masaka ekisinga kati bakansala ku division ate wamu ne ku city level abakansala bonna bakibiina kya NRM ate ne kivaawo ne kifunayoko ne ku division mayor then ne omubaka omukyala kino oyinza okugamba nti kyebonere era kintu ekibadde tikirabika nnyo wano mu kibuga Masaka kyokka nga ate nabo otandulamuko ku lubu lw'ekigere n'otuuka mu district nga kyotera kumpi yonna eyo NRM yerayo abakulembeze ba councillors ate n'ababaka babiri awaali ababaka abasatu abalamba ab'oludda oluvuganya kati wali omubaka omwo ate nga ne mu district nga Kalangala n'endala ezeetooloddewo olaba nti oba oli awo obuwagizi bwa NRM President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni wajjidde okubanga akuba ebirayiro by'omulundi ogw'omusanvu nga waliwo bingi nnyo ebikyuse kati ebyo nno n'ebirala byebikeeze olunaku olw'enkya bye bigenda okubanga bikeeza bannamasaka ab'ekibiina kya NRM n'abo boyinza okugamba nti baagaliza NRM ebirungi oba baagaliza President Museveni ne gavumenti ye ebirungi enkya bwe bunaakeera saawa 2 awo nawona nga batandise okubanga bayisa ebivulu wano mu kibuga Masaka ate ne mu disitulikiti ezeetooloddewo otegeezezza nti kino nkyukira y'amaanyi nnyo oba kyanjawulo nnyo okubanga emabegako erisi bwe kibadde kibeera kibuga bw'otunula mu kibuga wano Masaka mbeera nzikakkamu nnyo tuleka ku bakuumaddembe nga bayitamu naye nga singa kyekya bulijjo ennyo kubanga amabegako eri obadde olaba nga at least otuukira ku nnaku bweruti nga wabeerawo tension tiagas n'ebirala naye kati olaba nti embeera nzikakkamu era bannamasaka bangi kuba benjogeddeko nabo olunaku olwaleero bantegeezezza nti at least bo balinze bulinzi kulaba nga ddoboozi lyabwe bategeeza nti bajja ddiisa ku NBS wano oddituusa omukulembeze w'eggwanga n'abalala bakwatibwako nga bawa endowooza zaabwe ku biki ebyo bye balowooza nti President Museveni mu kisanja kino eky'omusanvu yandibadde ateekako essira okusingira ddala okulaba nga nabo bafunayo ku factories nga ze balaba mu bitundu ebirala ku Masaka wano kikyali kyakusomoza kwa maanyi nnyo nti temuli mu factories ate n'endala ziwandigambye ezigattako omutindo nazo wano mu kibuga Masaka tolina woozisanga kale baga nti mu kisanja kino singa omukulembeze w'eggwanga ekyakissaako essira ne kyegatta ku nguudo zino ennungi zetulaba wano mu kibuga Masaka bajja kwongera okwenyumiriza mu gavumenti eno Samson okujjako nga waliwo kyetutakoonyeeko naye embeera bwetyo bwekyali wano mu kibuga kya Ssaabasajja Kabaka Masaka City ate n'ebbendobendo lyonna okutwaliza wamu ndi naawe
omugala wa ono yagamba nti owenkajja nakatu entamu enjalirire ndikumma okulya nenkulya ow'omwoyo kati oyo agenzedde awo musajja wa Katonda kakati gwe kankutegeeza alaba obulabi nti President Yoweri Museveni ogwo musanvu okitegeera alayira mulundi gwa musanvu okitegeera wiiki eyina ennaku musanvu Katonda naye ayina namba musanvu gye nkuwa sabbaawa naye erimu sabba ogwo gwonna musanvu kakati wegiremu namba ya musanvu eyo gyegendereza eyina engeri gyetambulamu naye kankuwe wano Fred Sewajje ali Mubende mbu abamanyi ebyawano bagamba nti mwe Mubende mwe musinza okufuna mu kisanja kino mbu kubanga bukyanga ensi Katonda agitonda mwali temulabanga ku korasi mu street zeewammwe kati zaalabise mbwera mbu okujaganya kwe mulimu ab'emubende mbu temusobola na kwetegeera bwe muli mu kisanja kino ekigenze olwo ate ekijja kati essanyu eryo muliraze mutya ab'emubende.
Webale nnyo Samson n'abatulaba ku NBS akawungezi kalero kakati njagala okutegeeza nti nno bwe twajjira mu kisanja kino kituli mu kumalako olunaku olw'enkya kakati nga ebitundu by'emubende bino situti ezisinga okubeera ennyingi mu kibuga wakati nga nfunfu njereere naye wakati mu nteekateeka ya Westmead eya banka y'ensi yonna Mubende municipality akadde kano bw'ogiyitamu gwe yajja Mubende mu mwaka gwa 2020 oyinza okulemererwa okutegeera n'olowooza nti oba oli bulaya kubanga enguudo ezisinga obungi zitemagananga mukene nga zonna zimaze okubanga zikolebwa n'obutale obw'enjawulo obuzimbiddwa Samson Kasumba kakati no njagala okutegeeza nti ebimu ku ebyo ebiri mu kibuga eky'emubende tutera okugamba nti no twogera kirabika ng'owejjangaabika kubanga Mubende municipality bw'ogituukamu giyite feesi ya Mubende district yeeyogerera y'ensonga lwaki bannamubende ne mu kalulu kano akawedde aka 2026 bayiridde Mwami Museveni obululu obungi ennyo ddala jjukira Samson n'atulaba ku NBS nti Mwami Museveni bwe yali awenja akalulu okufuna ekisanja kino eky'omusanvu ebitundu bya Buganda yabitandikira mu bitundu bya Mubende eno ng'ennaku z'omwezi 15 omwezi ogwa Desemba omwaka oguwedde bwe yagenda ku kisaawe kya Das mu Kasambya Town Council mu constituency ey'e Kasambya eno no waliyo akabonero akalala akayoleka nti nno Buganda kagitandikidde mu ssaza lya Kabaka erya Buweekula ate mu district ey'e Mubende enkuba ku olwo yatonnya era yagenda maaso n'okubanga yasiima bannamubende Mubende district bonna okutwaliza wamu okuba nti baalaga akabonero k'obulwanyi era n'ategeeza nti akabonero k'enkuba kasita yatonnya ng'ayingira Buganda tegeeza abajja ku kisaawe ne bannayuganda bonna abaali bamuuta obuliro ku NBS TV nti kakati eyo Sure Win Buganda region agenda kuddamu agiwangule indeed era bwe kyabadde mu kalulu akawedde aka 2026 kakati olunaku olw'enkya bannamubende bategese emikolo egy'enjawulo okujagulizaako mwami Yoweri Kaguta Museveni gwe bwayiridde obululu obuli mu bitundu 7 ku buli 100. Kino Katino Samson ekifaanagana ne ku national level nti Mubende yawadde mwami Museveni ebitundu 7 ku buli 100 ate ne ku national level bannayuganda bonna ne bamuwa ebitundu 7 ku buli 100 ne kitujjukiza nti bwe yali ajja mu buyinza mu mwaka gwa 1981 essasi bbereberye eryamuleeta mu bukulembeze ng'alumbye e Kabamba lyavugira mu disitulikiti eno ey'e Mubende y'ensonga lwaki okubira ddala NRM byajja mu bukulembeze Mubende disitulikiti NRM gye bazenga balonda nga tukutegeeza nti kakati ku constituencies 4 ezikola Mubende district constituencies 3 zasobodde okulonda ababaka ba NRM nga kwotadde ne Woman MP nga naye wa NRM. Kitegeeza ki nti kakati no Mubende eno NRM ekyagenda maaso n'okweriisa enkuuli era olunaku olw'enkya ebikujjuko ebyenjawulo oba ebisinze biri mu bitundu bya Kasambi eyo gye bagenda okubeera nga bajaganyiza enteekateeka zino. Wabula tukitegeddeko nti n'ebitundu bya Buweekula County nayo bataddeyo wagenda okubeera nga bannamubende bajaganya, so nga ate abalala bagenda kubeera nga amaaso gaabwe gali ku NBS nga beetegereza ensonga zonna nga bwe zitambula. Naffe eno tubakakasa nti olunaku olw'enkya twatandise ku makya n'enkya tugenda kusiiba tukola paka emikolo gy'okulayira Regina gwa Samson. Wabula bannamubende banyumiddwa nnyo enteekateeka eya drone ezibadde mu bbanga eyo nga tubalaga ku NBS ensonga nga bwe zitambula, era bakira buli omu anyeenya mutwe agamba no tekinologiya gwe balabye kino kye bayita ekisanja ekyokuprotectinga gains banna NRM kye basuubiza abalonzi ne balyoka babayiira obululu. Kale no yembeera eri mu bitundu eby'Mubende Samson njagala okutegeeza nti bannamubende beetegefu okujagulizaako omwagalo w'abangi General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ng'alayira olunaku olw'enkya. Samson yembeera eri mu bitundu eby'Mubende. Nzikiriza nkutegeeze nti ffenna weetuli okusigala nga tubatuusako updates zonna ezikwatagana n'okulayira kwa President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Nzikiriza Samson olunaku olwaleero nkunzikira ate otwongereyo tulabe bitundu by'eggwanga ebyenjawulo bo kiki kye balinawo, kubanga e Mubende tugamba essasi lyavugira Mubende, mwami Museveni yatandikira Mubende. Oba oliawo Mubende eno yerigamba nti kakati mwami Museveni jangu ofune n'obutuuze Mubende eno, kubanga ne state lodge nayo eri mu bitundu bya Mubende. Kale no bye bitafutafo binonogo bannamubende bye tulina naddala mu kibiina ki NRM Samson.
Fred tweyanze ndabye omwana muwala omutini eyeetooloola awo ng'okola alinda gwe mumalize mudde mumoloka mugende oba abadde ayita buyise. Fred sewajje afenseko kamala obumazi. Omwana muwala yeetawula bwe yeetawula kati yo naye ali mu gaini zennyini agenda kugamba abeewaabwe ti nze ndaliko ku TV temunzannyirako. Awo oyo naye wagendedde ne gains ze agenda ku protecting ezo anti-protecting the gains zonna we tulina. Olwekyo tulinda President Yoweri Museveni. Taamu ya President Yoweri Museveni ebulako eddakiika ndowooza ziringa 35 eyegende tulaba ate President alayira enkya era President Yoweri Museveni Katonda nno bw'akuwa baganda muganda wano yagamba nti n'ennume ezaala. Nze nina gye mbiwulira ebyo nti alabika aliko emikono gya Katonda. Katonda alina engeri gye yamukwatako, ebintu birina engeri gye bimutambuliramu. Si kyekyo Tracy wamma.
Samson Kasumba, Vivio Ate Tewigwayo. But you are watching the extensive broadcast of the inauguration eve right here from the Political Command Center. Samson Kasumba and myself making sure you are up to speed. We did earlier in the evening have a drone show, the first of its kind in the country. And of course, many Ugandans taking a moment to look up the sky, from fireworks display to, of course, various imagery shared via the drones. Ours here is to make sure that you are up to speed with the mood across the country, with our correspondents giving you insights of how the country is preparing to usher in the new president that will be swearing in right there tomorrow. And this is the 7th term for President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. With me in studios, I also have the Director of Communications at the National Resistance Movement Secretariat, Honorable Rumala Dombo, right here. I also have Honorable Mike Sebalu, and we are discussing how the National Resistance Movement has gotten here thus far, but also what you should be expecting in the 7th term. Now, let's get into the conversations, back into that conversation. The Honorable Rumala, if you look at the National Resistance Movement, 7th term, you have done your absolute best to brand your candidate, brand the manifesto. You have gotten the 71.65%. But let's also speak about the other aspects that continuously taint the image, perhaps. And key on top of that agenda is corruption. You cannot shy away from having this conversation. And key for all Ugandans watching is to understand just what about the fight about corruption will change in the 7th term. We've seen the fight thus far, and it's quite the uphill task. It's sort of like a tall order. Will things change in the 7th term?
Well, we are talking at a time when a former minister in government was recently convicted because of corruption and is serving a jail term.
Okay.
That is an assurance to the Ugandans that if that can happen to a former minister and an NRM candidate, then it can happen to anybody. When we went to Rachtura as the NRM Secretariat and the members of SEC, taking the declaration forms to the president after the elections, the president made a commitment, and he said this time, the other time we had said Kisanja kuna mchezo, but he said this time he's going to ensure that there is a reinvigorated method of fighting corruption. He made a commitment when he was talking to the public, and a few weeks ago when he were in Chankwanzi, when he was talking to the members of parliament, he said, how can the people be reporting corruption to parliament when parliament is also practicing corruption? He warned the members of parliament, and he said he's not going to tolerate this. He even mentioned names. I cannot mention them here. But by the time the president comes out with that message and repeats it on the media houses, you have also heard recently you saw the CDF, how he arrested some of the generals in the army. Something that was almost, you'd fear to mention that such a thing would happen. And that gives an assurance to the people of Uganda that there is going to be renewed energy in the fight against corruption. So, for us, we are just waiting to swear in the president. Once he's sworn in, then we shall look at the cabinet that he forms, and then the energy and the commitment with which he's going to deliberate or begin the term, this new term of office. And at the Secretariat, we shall wait for his guidance on what he expects us to do. But we must live by example at every form of government, whether is it at local government. You have seen the renewed effort even at the local government level, how the chairpersons, how the leaders at local government level, those who have been selling jobs to the members of the local public, those who have been failing to execute government programs, and even those who have been eating money and giving fake or false accountability. I'm sure all this, together with the judicial system, doing the right thing and expediting trials. Once this is done and the public volunteers to come and testify and give evidence, or the whistleblowers, if they are protected, so that they can tell the Auditor General, they can tell government, they can tell us who is stealing money and where they putting it. All this, together with the lifestyle audit as proposed by the IGG some time back, we believe a combination of all this is going to bring corruption down, especially if it is made deterrent.
Very insightful and quite revealing. We, of course, for many Ugandans, it's the action is what they'll certainly be looking forward to. I want to now get back to the Honorable Sebalu. You speak about the national resistance movement, and if you definitely are Ugandan, even including ourselves here, we've paid attention to the 3 months of campaign. But even before that, we did have conversations around the NRM primaries, and then you have fallouts here and there that some would argue, whereas there is a solid 71.65%, there are members of the party that perhaps, you know, did not feel that they were captured within, you know, the bigger picture. What exactly is the party doing to consolidate the numbers within the party, make sure dialogue, unity are part of that conversation, especially because if you leave by example, you will also have that dialogue extend outside of the party, the internal party structures, to other members of, the political arena. Let's speak about the internal wrangles and what's being done to address that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tracy. That is a very important question because we need to look at the cycle. You have the pre-electoral cycle,
yes.
You have the electoral cycle, and the post-electoral cycle. So what you are raising is what is going to preoccupy the party, more especially, in engaging in reconciliation, in engaging in team building, in engaging in a post-electoral assessment of the processes at all levels, pre, during, and post, to find out what worked and why it worked, find out what didn't work and why it didn't work, and to find out what can be done differently. And through that process of engagement and dialogue, conversations, it's like family. You have dynamics in a family where today certain things are not moving well, but through explanation. And one thing that I really want to encourage, and which our chairman and party leader is very fond of, is communication. Where there is a problem, let's communicate. Let's hear each other. And let's communicate with a view of understanding, not with a view of answering or giving excuses or being defensive. That way then we'll be able to get back all those that feel differentiated, that feel alienated, or that feel disadvantaged. So that process is there. And one thing that the NRM party is very known for is building cohesion and moving as a team. We are the kind of party who are interested in leaving the 900, like the Bible, the 99,
the 99.
and look for one. And our team leader is extremely someone who is very, very, very good at that. You've seen cases where a few members have fallen out, but he gets them back, rehabilitates them, and even redeploys them. Very many, if I went into the list, wouldn't be done until cows come home. So he's good at that. So we want to encourage that at all levels. Let it apply in the local setting, let it apply at the district level, let it apply at the national level. So basically, that is what is going to preoccupy the party and the government after the swearing in and after people have taken up responsibilities in their different jurisdictions as per the deployments that are going to be made by the team leader.
Wow, quite the insights there, Samson. You're looking at what we had. We are already talking post-election conversations within the National Resistance Movement. But let's head back to you, Samson, and continue with our Kasiki updates, shall we?
I can tell you, and it is silly season. A lot of people are calling people that they know the list of cabinet, but there are a few people that need to be organized. 400, 500 million. Silly season. Just when those phone calls come, just say, better stay a bit better. and they will go away. I can assure you that. Just tell them, better steady, be better. And that. Now, let me bring you in on a new team that is in here. We have Fahad Masereka, he's coming from Kasese, and then we have Isaac Otwi, he's coming from Lira, that is Lango, and then we have the man from Germany, he is also in there, that is Martin Okudi. And I'll begin with Fahad Masereka. Fahad, Kuti, Muneo.
Samson tuneyo Kasese tukakuramuka kutsevo inywe muli mu studio mweyo. A very good evening to our viewer, where we are coming to you live from Kasese, and we are talking about the swearing in of the President Yoweri Museveni tomorrow, and the people of Kasese here actually preparing also to join him, as those that are in Kololo will be swearing in, but also the people here will also be celebrating. But then I want to take you back to the days before the president actually got the percentage that he got within this particular district. The president got actually 60% of the vote here in Kasese district, and that was against his immediate contender, who was Robert Chagulanyi, who actually got 40%. But then the president Yoweri Museveni campaigned in this district twice, and that was from the 4th of December 2025. He came and campaigned at the Nyakasanga playground here in Kasese municipality. But then because the district is so big, he came the second time, and that was on the 12th of January 2026. And this particular campaign was taken to Bukonzo East, because this constituency had never gotten an NRM member of parliament, and that was a strategic move for this particular rally to be taken that side. And so the election day came, and the president got 60% of the vote. But again, the Chagulanyi, who is the National Unity Platform presidential candidate, got 40%. But then this has been attributed to so many issues, and so that is why I want to get joined by one of the NRM cadres to actually explain to us how this came about, because the president had in the previous election gotten about 48%. That was against Chagulanyi's 47%, and that was an increase for him from 48 to then 60%, and then Chagulanyi reduced from 47 to 40%. So you're very much welcome for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us. You're live on NBS. Tell us, the president got 60% in the just concluded elections. What do you attribute this to?
Thank you very much, Fahad, for NBS, and Wangalima for NRM from Kasese. We congratulate His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni upon his success and the swearing in ceremony at Kololo tomorrow. We are joining him, and those who are remaining home here are also going to celebrate within the mother district here. Back to your point, it was due to 4 fundamental points, amidst many points.
Okay.
One is security. Second is the release of Musinga Warenzuru, His Majesty Charles Wizile Mumberi Mangoma and his subjects. 3 was PDM. 4 was health center units that were elevated, others from health center 2 to 3, from 3 to 4. Yeah, and to mention but a few, stability has been there, and the change of mind of the people, of the voters, had been there. Players were solid, and information transformation right away from central up to the local route or the local voter was very sufficient. So there was joint effort towards making Museveni the president and his counterparts.
Okay, as the president swears in tomorrow, because he will surely swear in, what do you expect from the president as the new president tomorrow?
First and foremost will be security, as usual. As an army man, as a commander, that should be the first. Second, food security. Third, should again be PDM, because it has done a lot. This is the only initiative that has made even a local Ugandan to see what how a million smells. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That has been an NRM cadre, Milton Wangalima, and he actually is a resident of this particular district. He knows very much about this district. But one thing I want to talk about is security. If there is any area that would actually be happy for the security that the NRM government has brought, should be Kasese and the Rwenzori region in a whole, because the Rwenzori region and Kasese in particular have had insurgencies way back, but then this government, because of its strong security, it has actually brought peace within this particular region. Samson, let me get back to you at the Political Command Center.
Fahad Wasinja, that is Fahad Masereka out of Kasese. Now let me go to Isaac Otwi, who is in Lango. Isaac, itia ningo?
Atia Bear. Now, Samson, if you look at the performance of NRM in Lango sub-region, many will tell you that NRM has gained a lot within this region, because if you look at the last 3 electoral cycle, that is from 2016, 2021, and then the 2026 election, it tells you a lot of how much the party has gained within this particular sub-region. Take, for instance, in the 2016 elections, NRM managed to get 290,000 votes. That was for President Museveni, and this was at a time when the region still had much of the presence of the opposition political parties, because they had complaints of the past grievances that were linked to the LRA war in the north, and of course there were a number of people who went to court to be compensated. But of course, if you look at also the 2021 elections, that particular number increased to 388,000 votes for President Museveni. So you can see that that fortune changed so fast, and they managed to score over 60% of the votes in that election. Now, in the just concluded election of the 2026, take for instance in Lira City, where President Museveni managed to get 84% of the votes right here in Lira City. And also this applies in many parts of Lango sub-regions. If you go to Amolata, a very rural district that, of course, in the past we saw them giving much more votes to the opposition, but they trusted with, of course, President Museveni. And this has been attributed to a number of interventions. Take, for instance, in the build-up to the 2026 elections, we saw a campaign of no Akibwa, no vote, and of course, there was that song that almost at every function you would hear locals sing that without Akibwa, we will not vote. But we saw when President came here during his campaign, the second day of his campaign, he did a groundbreaking, and of course, as we talk now, the stadium is undergoing the roofing stage. That speaks a lot on what the party has done within the Lango sub-region. Talk of infrastructure, talk of upgrade of health facilities. We have seen a number of health facilities, at least in each district, having more than 8 facilities upgraded from Health Center 2 to Health Center 4, and also the workforce within those facilities increased. It is something that, of course, the people here celebrate, and tomorrow we are informed that, like in Lira City, where there will be much of a road drive by the party members and also those who are loyal to the NRM as they wait for the president to be sworn in. This will cut across also within other districts, like in Dokolo. There are urban districts like in Oyam. We'll be seeing such activities also taking place. There's that much of the gain of a political transformation that we have seen for the NRM party in Lango sub-region. Samson.
Apoyo, Isaac, thank you very much. And those of you watching, maybe the young ones may not know, but Lango used to be very hostile to the NRM. Remember, it was the fortress, if you may, of UPC and President Milton Obote, but it has now come back into the NRM hood, moving it not just from yellow to orange, but from red to orange, but red to typical yellow, without any mixture there. So let's go to Martin Okudi. Martin Okudi is in Adjumani. And beyond Moses Ali, the other biggest popular brand that side is NBS, and that's what it is. So Martin is here for us. Martin, Bereo Drew.
Adira Simon Kasumba, and I'm coming to you live from Adjumani Leisure Park. This is also the home district of General Moses Ali, who retained his seat recently for Adjumani East County. Now let's briefly have a picture of Madi sub-region. Madi sub-region has 3 districts, including Moyo district, Obongi district, and Adjumani district. Now, in these 3 districts, the voters have sent 7 members of parliament, and all of them happens to be NRM candidates or NRM-leaning candidates, with the exception of Hassan Kaps Fungaro, who is from the Forum for Democratic Change. There are pertinent issues that the voters here will want to see in the next government of the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, especially expediting the process of putting up construction of Laropi Bridge across the Nile that connects the people of Moyo and Adjumani district, and also beyond in Central African Republic and the neighboring South Sudan. Most importantly, Samson and the viewers, Madi sub-region is slightly unique because it also lies across Uganda-South Sudan border. For example, Adjumani district, where I'm reporting from, now hosts the largest number of refugees from the neighboring South Sudan. We are talking about 230,000 refugees from the neighboring South Sudan. We are also having about 25,000 refugees in the neighboring Obongi district. Now, the people here are appreciating the NRM government, including the leadership of His Excellency, the President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for having open door policy for neighbors, especially refugees fleeing from their violent countries, especially from the eastern part of DRC and then South Sudan. Beyond that, people from here will also want to see progress, especially in poverty eradication, because recent indicators is showing that West Nile remains one of the poorest regions across Uganda. So they want to see socio-economic transformation. During his visits to all the Madi sub-region districts, His Excellency says that he is going to make sure that his government is going to transform the lives of the people here. And we have seen the president appointing ministers, including General Moses Ali. We also have in Moyo district Dr. Joyce Mori Kukaduchu, the state minister for primary education. But Samson and the viewers, we have also seen investments, especially in infrastructure, because the road now from Atiak via Adjumani to the landing site in Omi has been paved. So these are some of the visible things we are seeing here as the impact of the ruling government. But the people here are expecting more, because they are saying Mach's government has transformed the lives of the people in Madi sub-region, but they'll also want to see visible transformation in the upcoming government, including resolving or finding lasting solution for the Apa and land issue between Adjumani and the neighboring Kamuru community. Those are some of the issues the local community will want to hear from the president. But I can assure you that all the delegates from the 3 districts have already traveled to Kampala, and we shall be bringing you the latest information with regards to tomorrow's swearing in. Back to you at the political command center.
Sorry, you ran out of light, but that doesn't stop me from saying Manjora. By the way, I don't know if you saw, there was a gentleman and lady behind there also who had some gains from this particular administration that they were discussing and protecting right there. I don't know if you saw what I also saw. So it is 10 minutes of this particular term of President Yoweri Museveni that is left, and tomorrow he gets the mandate from the Chief Justice. He will be sworn in, he will hold the Bible, and he will make, there are actually 2 oaths that he does take tomorrow. In the eyes of the world, he will be out there. It will be his moment. Mr. President, I know you watch NBS. Are you done with your speech? Will we get a copy? And he is a public speaker, and he does write his speeches. So I can almost certainly, I wish I could get into his mind to understand what he is writing, what will be the intro, what will be the body, what will be the outro. Ours is to broadcast that. But we are here because of that 71.65%, which is the magic number that was, as you can definitely see here, it is 71.65%. That's the golden number. Obutundu nsanvu kamu noti n'obutundutundu nkaaga mu butaano. President Yoweri Museveni bwe yakukumba n'abukukumba kwegamba baamuwa obutundu 10 n'agamba bali sijja kubeera mu binyo kubanga omukazi omunafu atoola ku lusuku n'addiza ensiko kati naga bali nange kambaddizeeyo obutundutundu obutaweera n'abiri ye n'akwata ensamu kati awayawukira naawe kuba gwe bw'ogenda mu bibuuzo bakuwa makisi 10 n'otoolako 3 n'ogatwala ensanvu n'ogiddiza omusomesa kati ono ye waakusingira waliwo ebibiina ebirala nabyo byafuna 10 nga kyakutoolako ekimu ne kijjako obutundu 6 ne kigaa electoral commission obusigadde kabutwe bwe bityo nno bwe bitera okufaanana kakati kankuddize ewa Tracy Kansiime emboozi yange tebankadde nannyiniyo yagikaddiya. Tracy Kansiime, you are now in there. I don't know if you also studied with some people who you sit in an exam, the teacher gives all of you 100 and the individual takes only 19 and returns 81 to the school.
Well, the National Resistance Movement did score 71.65%. Now, in tomorrow's inauguration ceremony, there is a theme, and that is protecting the gains, making a qualitative leap into high middle income status. If I turn to you, Honorable Lumala, tomorrow that speech will be made, and that is the theme. If we were to fast forward 5 years from now, what does that look like for an ordinary Ugandan? What does making a qualitative leap into a high middle income status look like tangibly?
The first thing is, it means that the 33% who are still out of the money economy must get into the money economy. So government is going to put more money under PDM and other wealth creation programs. That is the first one. The second one is that when you look at the structure of our economy, it is still led by peasantry and export of raw materials or unfinished goods. There is no process, there is hardly any processing. And once there is no value addition, then the quality of income that we get is going to be limited. The quality of jobs created is going to be weak. So there is a commitment by government to fund science and innovation so that we can industrialize. Recently, you had the president when he was launching the vaccine for the anti-tick vaccine. When he gave a directive to stop taxing the remuneration or the incomes for the scientists in the country. And this is a deliberate thing that he's doing. Many people have discussed it differently and in various manner, but for him, he's very consistent. He says we must enable scientists because all the countries that have gone out of poverty, they have done so through scientific innovations. Then the other one is that the quality of exports that we have. Are you going to export only or import the goods that are not worthy? We must import industrial goods that will increase the productive capacity of the people of Uganda. Once we do this, and then the Human Development Index, we should show we must develop the people through education, through good health, and once the people have been educated, they are healthy, they will become productive, and they are going to be taxed, and the country will become richer. That's one of them. When you look at the resources that we expect to get out of oil, many people thought that government will sit and begin allocating money for consumption, that people will buy perfumes, people will buy cigarettes, People will go on the merry-make. But the president has been deliberate and has insisted that when we borrow money, we must put it in infrastructure. When we get money from oil, we must fund science, we must fund infrastructure, we must train the people of Uganda to become more productive. So that the productivity by the people will last more, because oil is going to get finished, but the human resource is the biggest kind of capital that we have here in Uganda. So over the years, we believe that there is a commitment to transform our economy from a about 60,000 billion economy to a 500 billion economy through the various policies that government has proposed. Once this one is done, the employability is going to expand, people in the working sector will expand, the incomes of the people will expand, the sales outside and the market will become bigger, and once Uganda becomes richer, then there will be a trickle-down effect to everybody in the country. Let us wait for His Excellency, the President's address tomorrow. I'm very sure it's going to capture some of this, because it is the theme that we used during the campaigns. It is the theme that we're going to use even at the time of swearing in. I want to congratulate the people of Uganda, most especially those leaders who went down to look for the votes. The leadership of the country want to congratulate the president himself for having a very consistent message and for leading us well and for giving us the brand that has kept Uganda and brought Uganda this far.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Rumala Dombo, there, Director of Communications at the National Resistance Movement Secretariat. As I come to Honorable Sebalu, in your concluding remarks, we're also looking at the various heads of state that are already in the country. We have dignitaries that are already here. That certainly speaks to how perhaps Uganda will be playing again in a bigger picture in terms of regional and global conversations. What should we expect Uganda's role to be in the next 5 years if we're speaking about diplomacy and especially regional integration?
Yeah, thank you very much. Definitely the attraction. Uganda is an attractive destination, not only to tourists, but also to policymakers and other high-level engagements. Kampala remains and continues to be a regional diplomatic capital, something that used to be for Nairobi at one point. You know, every other meeting, was a Nairobi case, but now it is Kampala. So that fits well in our broader outlook as a country that champions the cause of integration, collaboration, coordination, and cooperation, and as a country that believes that when we work together, we need to subordinate our individual national sovereignty to a supranational sovereignty, bargain better, build on economies of scale, and claim our position in the global competitive space. And that can only be done by integration, by cooperation. So the fact that we've attracted so many delegations led by heads of state and other delegated leaders of delegation is a clear indication of the trust, the confidence, and the diplomatic visibility that Uganda has gained over the years. You'll appreciate that Uganda was known, very famously known, for exporting refugees. Every Ugandan you saw on a street out there was a refugee. But now Uganda is a net importer of refugees. And we have one of the most progressive refugee law and policy framework. Now that is putting us at that level of credibility in terms of global and regional space. So when we have so many heads of state coming, that is a vote of confidence. Vote of confidence in the security. No one wants to go in a place where they're not comfortable in terms of security. That is a vote of confidence in our foreign policy being an attractive and reciprocal policy. That is a vote of confidence in the ruling party, which is hosting on behalf of the party and the government. But that is also a vote of confidence in the people. You know, there is no place like Uganda. Everyone that comes here wants to stay a little longer. So when we have all those heads of state, it is a vote of confidence. So I want Ugandans turn up in big numbers to demonstrate the goodwill and solidarity with our candidate, who is now president-elect, but transiting into president inaugurated and sworn in. Let's be on the streets and wave to our guests as they make their journey to Kololo, so that they get that traditional Ugandan hospitality and courtesy. I want to believe it's going to be a big event, one of its kind, and let's all be there and protect the gain of the campaign, because the gain of the campaign is the victory. We need to protect it. We need to look out for the 29% that didn't vote for us, because our best case scenario should be 100%. Even if we don't hit it, let's work in the next 5 years to engage those that did not vote for us in our individual communities and jurisdictions with a view of winning them over. Let them tell us their reservations, and we should use that as a basis of making good, making right, so that we increase on our level of mandate.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Mike Sevalu there. It has been quite the conversation, gentlemen. Many thanks for joining us for the swearing in eve. Now, actually, it is just 3 minutes past midnight, officially swearing in day for Uganda's president-elect. And that happens to be today, and that broadcast will continue as of this morning. Well, Samson, a very good morning. It is swearing in morning officially. We started, I will certainly continue it, won't we?
Well, President Yoweri Museveni's term... President Yoweri Museveni's term ended about 3 minutes ago. But if you want to know that somebody is in charge of this country, try to do something fishy. You'll know that there is still somebody in charge. So whereas that term has ended, somebody is still very much in charge of the country. I will tell you that the NRM will talk about roads, but the important thing is, what do you do with the road when it comes to you? They will talk about hospitals. What are you doing to make sure that there's no corruption going on to that hospital? Look after the road. We cannot talk about these gains when you are doing nothing for yourself. On a very personal note, I landed here on the 10th of January 2010 with exactly 200 pounds from the UK, and in a week it was done. But I think since then, I think it's been 16 odd years since 2010, there's a lot of opportunity I have seen in this country that I did not even see in the UK. So there is opportunity in Uganda. The question is, what do you do with it? I am working for somebody who came from Ntungamo and found opportunity in Kampala, and there are still people in Kampala who are broke. Can you imagine? Just think about it. Somebody came from Ntungamo and found opportunity here. He has built a huge media center. You are in Kampala. The only thing you do one season, one campaign season after the next, is to complain. Good night. You also go...